based on a determinable fact or a natural explanation. Understanding always we do it's a understanding or a false belief about food in general. Always we think it's a false belief. Okay, so beliefs are one of the many elements that behavior, and they tell a collection of notes that person exists as contradicting scientific facts. The current myths say there is no there sclerosis. But I've taken some common myth which has been prevalent among all of us. Can worsen. Whether it is true or false, we think that this can aggravate the signs and the symptoms. But orange, grapes, vitamin C that makes the immunity, it has more antioxidants, reduces bacterial attack. So always it's a myth that consuming or taking a citrus fruit during cold or cough can lead to or it can worsen these symptoms. Next one is brown. Nowadays the trending one is that you don't use white sugar. Instead of that you can use brown sugar. So some health conscious persons may brag about using brown sugar, that is use brown sugar instead of white sugar when it comes to sugar consumption. But actually the fact is, however, the calorie content of both the type is same. Brown sugar is just distinguished with white sugar by the presence of molasses and a caramel flavor. So the color is only, so both the sugar, that is the both the sugars has the same calorie content. So you can, only thing is that you can take it both the thing in a moderate amount. So next one is whether from that is, even when we do from your childhood, we have seen that our mothers using leftover oil can be reused or not. Once if you are frying something, what we do is that we will keep the oil in another, we will just keep it in another bottle and we will use it. Whether it is, that is, we think that first thing in the mind is to come whether we have to drop this oil or we are using this oil. But it is always, when you deep fry it, any food, what happens is that it dehydrates and the food becomes brown in color. But what happens is that when you keep again reuse the oil, what happens? It leads to the production of free radicals. Free radicals are nothing but they are the main culprit of any degenerative disease like cardiovascular disease. So it is better, that is when you reuse the oil, all these oils will causes so many that is disorders. So it is better to not to reuse the oil which is after frying the foods. So always you can just discard. Don't think about the money that you are spending for the just a small amount of oil. Better to be health conscious. That is better. You have to throw out the oil which has been used for frying. Next is you can't go nuts for the fear of cholesterol. That is, whenever we consume nut, what is the significance of handful? Most of the people in the country believe that eating too many nuts causes weight or it can cause cholesterol problems. But the fact is that so many intervention studies have been done consistently demonstrating that nut consumption lowers the cholesterol, and there is emerging evidence that it has a favorable evidence on oxidative, that is, it can reduce the oxidative stress, inflammation, etc. So you can have handful of nuts. It does not cause any, it will not increases your cholesterol. And next, okay, this is a very one, that is whether ripe papaya should not be consumed during pregnancy. So whether it is true or false, if you see, it is a fallacy that eating papaya will result in miscarriage. But unripe, only thing is that we should avoid unripe papaya. On other hand, contains latex, an enzyme or a white milky content that is found in the unripe papaya, which it can cause the uterine contraction. So this may lead to miscarriages. But ripe papaya, that is, if you see, ripe papaya is full of nutrients like vitamin A, vitamin C, dietary fiber, folic acid, potassium, magnesium, all which is required by the pregnant mother. So any mother, that is, you should not consume, that mothers should not consume unripe papaya. So as did so many researchers about this. So a study conducted by National Institute of Nutrition found that a mother ingested papaya throughout the pregnancy, that is ripe papaya, her health and that of her unborn child improved significantly. That is, the health of the child improved. So to avoid, that is, it is better to avoid unripe papaya, but you can consume ripe papaya during pregnancy. Next myth is that that is breaking the bias is whether milk increases phlegm during cold. That is milk. That is when you having cold or cough. That is when you drink milk, it can increases your phlegm. So milk is often believed to promote phlegm production, which can aggravate a cold or a cough. As a result, many may avoid milk during cough and cold. So, but this is a myth. Why it has been a myth? Maybe the thickness of the milk, the white thickness, maybe that is a factor. But according to the studies shown that there is not statistically significant between consuming milk and that is which it will produce phlegm. To conclude is that there is no, that is, they compared with two people, that is two group of people, one group giving milk and milk who was having cough. So they didn't find out any changes. So only thing they found out that milk that is gives a soothing effect to the throat. That is when you are drinking hot milk. So it's a myth that when you consume milk, it increases your phlegm production. You can consume milk during cough and cold. Next is egg. So avoid eggs because of the cholesterol content. So in past, now also we know that it seems reasonable to believe that eggs were hazardous for your heart. But we already know that egg contains high amount of cholesterol and some amount of saturated fatty acid. So a large egg contains little saturated fatty acid, that is around 1 to 15 grams. Researchers have found that eggs also containing not only cholesterol, it contains many other health benefits, including nutrients like lutein, zeaxanthin, which are very good for eyes, and choline, which is a vitamin which is very good for the brain and the nerves, and various vitamins like A, B, and D. So researchers found that the most of the cholesterol in our body, it is being made up by our own liver. It doesn't comes from, that is what we eat. So that is the cholesterol which can be caused is due to saturated fat and trans fatty acid which we consume from other foods. So next slide. So egg can be a part of healthy diet in moderation. So egg yolk always had a bad idea that it can cause it can cause cardiovascular disease. So many studies were being done by American Heart Foundation. They found out that you can consume 1 to 2 whole eggs can be eaten per day as a healthy option without getting any fear of your cholesterol levels. So other than cholesterol levels, that is egg yolk is rich in omega-3 fatty acid, vitamin A, iron, potassium, vitamin D, and vitamin B12. So you can enjoy that eggs in your weekly diet by taking it moderately. So moderately, anything which is moderately, it is not harmful. So don't think about cholesterol and completely avoid egg. You can take eggs moderately. Next is nowadays for children we use, that is switch to dark chocolates. Okay, as much as you want, because dark chocolates are very healthy. So how much ever you want, you can take dark chocolate. So chocolate is made from cocoa, derived from cocoa beans, but these cocoa contains antioxidants which can fight against degenerative diseases. But cocoa, when you eat as such, it is bitter in taste. So what they do is that they add sugar to create smooth flavors that you love it. So antioxidants are found in cocoa, but dark chocolate is, because of its high content of antioxidants, maybe tell that to consume more dark chocolate. But dark chocolate is high in calories, that is calories, and it can contribute to weight gain if eaten in excess. And also it contains the blood lipid levels, though it is heart protective effective against flavonoids and appear to overweight the risk. So dark chocolate, so choosing dark chocolate and eating the modest quantities may favor the greatest health benefits. You can consume dark chocolate, but not in excess. As much as you need, you should not consume. You can take it in a moderate amount. Next is another for those who want to reduce the weight. Skip meals is a key for weight loss. That is, you think that when you skip one meal, it is okay, then so that you can reduce the weight. So it is actually when you skip, we don't meet your body energy requirements. It will start to store calories and instead of burning them. So skipping meals will lead to nutrient deficiency. Maybe it can lead to hair loss, dull face, and it is not good for your health. So skipping meals or drastically cut your calories, neither effective or not healthy. So you should not skip any meals. You have to take all the meals. In fact, your body needs a certain amount of calories to maintain your essential function. So skipping meals result in consuming more calories. That is, when you will consume more calories is that at the next meal. So already you are not taking the meal. So next meal, you will be eating more calories. So it is not wise to skip a meal to lose your weight. Next is, you can see, working out regularly gives you the liberty to eat anything and everything. You think that you can eat everything and you can work out, but that's not the right amount. That should not be done. So it is essential to both work out and eat rightful. You have to eat correctly and for the weight loss and to maintain good health. So now so many is that when you go to a bakery or a confectionery, whether to choose white bread or brown bread. So coming to white bread, from years we used to consume white bread. So white bread is practically devoid of any nutritious properties, including fiber. It does not has any nutrition. So wheat, it is nothing but a wheat flour or maida using chemicals like benzoyl peroxide, chlorine dioxide, potassium bromide during the production of white bread. So this flour is further enhanced in addition of, they just add refined starches or high fructose corn starch. So it is nutritionally, it doesn't has anything which white bread. Okay, it is only the so everyone chooses to take, instead of white bread, brown bread, whether all brown bread is good or not. So if you see, coming to brown breads are opposite to the white bread. It is considered to having high fiber content. But much of the brown bread that is seen on the market is actually the white bread with brown coloring, thanks to the marketing glimpse and highly sloppy manufacturers. So don't be fooled by seeing the sprinkling of a seed on your brown bread, thinking that you are eating healthy. Actually, look at the word caramel in the ingredient list, because it usually refers to the, that is the color. Okay, the caramel, it makes to turn the white into brown. So what should you do? So brown with the word. So you have, when you go to the shop, you have to take, when you think about to buy a brown bread, you have to think about, you see the word whole wheat. Okay, 100% whole wheat on the ingredient list. It is always better to choose because it contains more fiber, and this is because it contains the wheat grains, germ, and the bran. So, and other than that, it has proteins, vitamins, magnesium, iron, phosphorus, zinc are included in the whole wheat. Some things are fortified also. So in reality, the bran in wheat flour is high in fiber, while the germ is high in protein and vitamin E. So it contains the plant lignin, okay, a phytonutrient that has been shown to protect against breast cancer and heart disease. So what we should do, you can ensure that when you go to buy, you have to buy whole wheat bread. Okay, that is 100% whole wheat bread. That is safer to consume. Next, the common one is fish and milk combination causes skin diseases. That is, you should not combine, when you take fish, you should not combine with curd or milk, whether it is true or false. So it was once thought that mixing fish and milk was a bad idea and it would be harmful to your health. So when you see Western, that is nowadays the trending one is Mediterranean diet. So a typical Mediterranean dinner comprises of the combination of fish, yogurt, milk, that is fat, nuts, and today it is considered as one of the healthiest, the healthiest diet. So numerous studies have shown that mix of these compounds, that is Mediterranean diet, can help to prevent heart disease, diabetes, even mental illness. So only who should avoid fish, milk or curd combination? People who has lactose intolerance or a person who is having any allergic to a particular fishes. Such people only should avoid the combination of fish with milk. Next is the last one is myth on microwave. Food destroys its nutrients. That is usage, too much use of that is microwave. So it is believed that microwave radiation destroys the nutrient content in the food. So actually microwave food more efficiently and quickly compared to other cooking methods. That is, it is easily digest, that is easily get heated. The nutrients are lesser time to break down or become useless. So if anything, microwaving compared to conventional cooking can preserve nutrients. So, and another thing is that microwaving your food doesn't makes it radioactive. You think that it's some radiation. Actually, microwaves are not radioactive, but they are electromagnetic waves. So these electromagnetic waves penetrate and causes the water molecules and other electrically, that is symmetrically, it goes to the molecules and which warms up the food. So microwave, it is not a radiation, it is nothing but what is the applicability? Electromagnetic waves are only used. But when it comes to that, microwave is one of the most popular cooking throughout the world. But one primary concern is there for microwave cooking. That is possible radiation leakage and chemical leakage can come from the cooking containers. Nowadays, so many, when you buy a microwave also, you get a container. So maybe that container is not, that is, you should use only borosilicate containers, that is glassware, which is particularly used for microwave. That containers only should be used. Other containers which we are using for microwave cooking can cause radiation, and cooking with unsafe containers can lead to carcinogenic toxic leaking into your food, according to the food safety experts. So better you can use food containers which is safer to use for microwave cooking. So to take away message is that food myths are frequently unfolded and quickly spread. It is fastly, it is spreading. It is easy to believe the misunderstanding statements and based on the fear that it is recognized fact. It is only a little investigation to find out what is true and what is not. So only thing is, it is you have to do some research on that, whether to believe the food myth. So we have to break the bias of certain foods which today we have seen. So thank you and happy Women's Day.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Dr. A. Bhuvaneshwari to share a few words on the presentation. Ma'am, please.
Ma'am, it was a quite very crispy, very informative session, ma'am. Really, I learned many points, to be honest. Okay, the first thing is lemon in this pandemic was each and every household started taking a lemon tea. So really this lemon use was only in this COVID pandemic, we are able to drink many things. And really very new thing to me is this brown sugar and white sugar. I really thought it is it is of low caloric value. So we people also started using brown sugar even in hospitals and cafe and all that. So it's really a very new news to me. Another myth is that I need to know like whether in paleo diet at all, they're advising to take too much of egg, only white without yellow. So is it okay? Okay. Paleo. Okay. So now the new concept they're evaluating like keto diet and paleo diet at all, they're advising to take, even it all comes in your Instagram and all that, right? So you can take many as much you want of white egg without, avoiding the yellow. So I don't know whether, is there any studies to tell you like nothing like that? No? Okay. Oh. Okay. And regarding this caramel also, I also used to see in the brands and I used to get it as a whole wheat, but they'll be giving it as a with caramel also. So I was quite unaware. This is the caramel that is causing the color change, similar to your brownies and all that. So I was quite unaware. Yeah. So this caramel is also the white sugar, right? So that is usually being added there. So it's also very new to me, ma'am. It's really very informative session, which I learned a lot. So I need to know whether audience have any doubt or any clarifications from ma'am. Audience, no questions from your ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. A. Bhuvaneshwari to honor Dr. Lali Hanahu. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Dr. Marina, ma'am, to honor Dr. A. Bhuvaneshwari. Next, we have a panel discussion on new age food culture and natural food. Our moderator of the day is Dr. Jacob James Raj, MBBS, MS, MCH, CVTS, Cardiovascular and Thoracic Surgery, FIACS, and the Senior Consultant, Cardiac Surgery, Institute of Cardiovascular Disease, M. He has been a part of M since 2007. His expertise includes the areas of surgery in adult congenital heart diseases, coronary diseases, valve replacements, and thoracic procedures. We welcome you, sir. Our distinct panelists are Dr. Arun Kumar A., MBBS MD in pediatrics and is currently the consultant pediatrician and neonatologist in Baby Hospital, Erode, Tamil Nadu. His areas of interest include pediatric critical care, neonatology, pediatric nephrology, and pediatric obesity. He has presented research studies in topics like depression in adolescents and molecular cloning of proteins. He has also published national and international journal publications like in the Journal of Pediatrics and Indian Journal of Pediatrics. He has won Dr. M. Jayaraman Memorial Award by IAP, Bangalore. He is also a mainstream media speaker and columnist for magazines on childcare, social and medical issues. He is also a YouTuber on health awareness with over 5 lakh subscribers. We welcome you, sir. Our next panelist is Dr. Sujata, Senior Consultant, Cardiac Anesthesia, Madras Medical Mission. She has an MBBS, DNB, anesthesiology, and is a member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences. She is also a fellow of National Board of Cardiac Anesthesia, Madras Medical Mission Heart Hospital, Chennai. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, Dr. Mary Pramila is an associate professor and head of the Department of Home Science, Women Christian College, Chennai. She is an MPhil and PhD in food service management and dietetics. She is a registered dietitian of the Indian Dietetic Association. She has also been the secretary of Indian Dietetic Association, Chennai chapter from 1996 to 2000. She has worked in projects like Smart Choice Cafe for college students and Make Chennai City Police Heart Healthy with PepsiCo India and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, respectively. We welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj is our next panelist. She is a registered dietitian with the Tamil Nadu Government Multi-Super Speciality Hospital, Chennai, and has an experience of 29 years in the field of clinical and therapeutic nutrition. She is a certified bariatric and critical care nutritionist, certified diabetes educator, nutrigenomics consultant for IPEN, and certified LLL in renal oncology, obesity, diabetes mellitus, metabolic syndrome, pulmonary, pancreatic, liver, and sports nutrition. She is a national executive committee member of Indian Dietetic Association, the treasurer of Association of Diabetes Educators, and the former president of Indian Dietetic Association, Chennai chapter. She has received awards like the Best Nutritionist Award 2019, the Sadhana Award 2020 for the contributions in the field of clinical and therapeutic nutrition, and IPEN Quality Award for 2021 for clinical and therapeutic nutrition and food service management developed during COVID-19. We welcome you, ma'am. Our next panelist is dietitian Rachel Deepti, registered dietitian with over 8 years of experience in field of lifestyle, sports, and maternal child health nutrition. She has her master's in clinical nutrition from Sri Ramchandra University, Chennai, and is also a certified diabetes educator from Christian Medical College, Vellore. She has been the guest speaker for various prestigious institutions. She has also been the senior nutritionist, Hyundai Medical Center, Chennai. She is the co-founder of Pastors Nutrition Program, a community program supported by TCA Mohali. She is an expert panel member of firstcry.com and parentune.com, an online community for parents and children. She has worked with elite athletes, including TNPL for cricket and national swimmers of Tamil Nadu. She is currently a consultant with doctors, NGOs, and paramedical teams. We welcome you, ma'am. Once again, I take great honor in welcoming all the panelists over to the panel discussion.
Good afternoon to one and all present here, and good afternoon, panelists. Dr. Jacob is going to moderate this session, and he'll be here shortly. Meanwhile, hi to everyone, Mrs. Meenakshi,
Hello, ma'am.
and Dr. Arun Kumar is not yet come online, I think, and the topic is new age food versus the traditional food. So as all of us know, we are all for old traditional food, and we have to emphasize the importance of traditional food. But the problem is how to carry out the culture of following the traditional food in this busy schedule, because most of the women are balancing, multitasking. They are taking care of the family and also they are working. They have to make sure that they are providing proper adequate nutrition, not only adequate or proper nutrition, moreover a safe diet, because at present the main problem is the levels of pesticides and chemicals, artificial agents, coloring agents, preservatives. So even though you think that you are taking a lot of nutritious food, you will be taking a lot of toxins. So we have to balance in such a way that it should not be a boring traditional food. At the same time, it should be a nutritious and safe food. So we have our panelists. First question, I'm basically a panelist, but since Dr. Jacob is getting delayed to moderate the session, I asked Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj her role in a government setup. How do you feel to manage the traditional food in your government setup?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Wishing one and all a very happy Women's Day. And ma'am, am I audible?
Hello.
Yeah, am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible? Ma'am, am I audible?
Hello.
Am I audible, sir? Am I audible? Can't hear me?
Meenakshi, we can hear you.
Okay,
Clear.
ma'am. A very good evening to one and all present here, and a very happy International Women's Day. With reference to the question posed by Dr. Sujata ma'am, what I would want to say is, in government hospitals, whenever we offer diets to our patients, it's always based on a government order, and the government order is based on the patient's requirements. So obviously we cannot go, with any number of diets available all around. But definitely in our institution, we follow customized diet patterns, though including the locally, seasonally, and traditionally available food ingredients. We try to meet their nutritional requirements based on their disease condition. For example, if we've had a valve replacement patient, so obviously we understand that we need to restrict vitamin K. So we'll have to pull out those food ingredients which are rich in vitamin K. So similarly, depending on each patient's needs, the diets are customized and pre-plated and provided to the patients, meeting the nutritional requirements. Obviously, we cannot meet the nutritional requirements in a day or two. Sometimes, depending if it's post-operative or it is just conservative management, depending on the duration and severity and intensity of the disease condition, we'll try and meet the nutritional requirements with the locally available traditional foods.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this yearly M festival of dietetics, and where we celebrate both the contribution of women and all the good food that God has given us. Today, I think, let me talk to the audience also. I think today we are going to discuss the new age foods. I'll take you through what the new age foods are, so you also will have an idea about what these foods are, and then we can talk to. There are 5 people today who we would be discussing this with. They are all on our panel, and I'll be taking them through a series of questions. So it will be both educative for you as well as informative for you. Okay. We welcome all of you. I think we have Dr. Arun Kumar. He is a pediatrician and neonatologist from Erode. We have Dr. Sujata here with us. She is our cardiac anesthetist who has a special capacity in nutrition for our patients, especially the very sick ones. Dr. Mary Pramila from the Women's Christian College, who is in the Department of Home Science. We have Rachel, who is a nutritional consultant. Welcome, Rachel. And then our own Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, from the government sector. It's almost like she's our own dietitian. So welcome everybody. So today we're going to talk about the new age foods. We have a lot of people listening to us, students, doctors, paramedical personnel, as well as our patients. So I thought we'll talk about what exactly these new age foods are, and then, we will start it from there. So personally, I classified these new age foods into 5 different headings. To start with, we'll talk about the concoctions or whatever has been brewed. Traditionally, the word tea is used for everything which has been dipped into water and boiled, and we get the essence out of that. So we have a lot of things to do with tea. We have this green tea, we have moringa tea, hibiscus tea, chamomile tea. So I thought we'll start with Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj. Do you drink any of these teas?
To be very honest, none of them, sir.
You
The
love
usual
them.
ginger
Excellent.
tea.
Then who better than you to tell us something about them? Well, I think we should listen to you about some of those teas.
For example, when you spoke of green tea, which is a very, very fashionable consumption overall, basically thinking that
I would mark this choice of word from you. Fashionable green tea. Okay. Well, we will remember this. We will remember this today. Go ahead.
But basically, it is a source of phytonutrients and EGCG. Obviously, we know that it has some medicinal benefit in terms of improving BMR, reducing risk of osteoporosis, also having some amount of influence on BMR. But one thing we need to understand is whatever it may contain EGCG, it is present in the green leaves and not in the brew as much. If you're going to, take a dip tea of green tea powder and think that you're going to get a lot of EGCG, you wouldn't get it. You will get it from oolong tea also. So basically, you need to look at the leaf more than the, the brew which is available. That is point number 1. Point number 2, there is something called acceptable daily intake. You're not supposed to cross 300 ml per day. If you cross the 300 ml per day, it has its own adverse effects. The third important thing is a source of potassium. People consume 1 liter of green tea thinking they will lose a lot of weight with it. Basically, you need to, I would say 2 words, zip your lip and move your hip in order to lose weight and not rely on such concoctions for weight loss. But yes, definitely it's a source of EGCG. It has health benefits, but restricted to 300 ml per day.
Good. So I think Dr. Meenakshi has told us a lot about the teas. Has anybody in the audience drunk green tea or chamomile tea or any of these teas? I think green tea, put your hands up. So what is green tea? You can tell us. It's green in color and it's some tea. So they put it in a nice little package which is green in color. So it's green tea. Yeah. All tea is put in warm water and only drunk. So what is the difference between green tea and black tea? Black in color. So why do you drink green tea? Why do you drink green tea? Okay, good. So for constipation. Excellent. It refreshes you. Very good. Good. So at least one person is having green tea in our audience today. Excellent. Good. I think we need to talk about fermented drinks now. So who shall we choose? Rachel, would you be all right to talk about the kombucha and the apple cider vinegar? I put these 2 things into, Dr. Arun Kumar is here.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Let's give the gentleman the chance. Rachel, would that be all right with you?
Yes.
I'll come back to you with something else. Welcome, Dr. Arun Kumar. We were talking about the different new age foods, so to say. So I thought maybe I can get you to talk about kombucha tea and apple cider vinegar, if you could, and tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So mainly, you are talking about the fermented drinks, right, sir?
Exactly.
So, fermented drinks. So this kombucha tea And even there is another fermented drink. Have you heard of kefir, sir? Kefir.
Sorry?
Kefir. There is another famous
kefir.
fermented
Oh,
drink.
that's one more.
Kefir.
Okay.
Yeah, kefir, kombucha, and these
Okay.
are the few common fermented drinks that has been in use recently.
Okay.
So what I would like to implement is that most of this kombucha is mostly fermented drinks, but we have to understand the basics. So the fermented drinks we are drinking for the main purpose of probiotics. So that's what everyone wants to stress upon. So they want to drink fermented drink because they want to take enough of probiotics, and they use the words like it is healthy for our gut, it rejuvenates the gut and all that. But whenever these drinks are prepared, whenever these are heated, so I think the basic physiology and biochemistry, we should understand that once the drink is heated, then all the probiotics would have been already gone. So if we want to take any fermented drink, so if someone takes a kombucha tea, then probably all the probiotics are gone by the time they take the kombucha tea. So all the probiotics, each based on the each regional preferences, we have excellent probiotics. That is our normal curd. So we use it on a daily basis. And even in idli is a probiotic, but because we after the batter is because it is boiled and steamed, probably we don't know the exact content of the probiotics after cooking. So definitely each region has we have excellent curd. So kefir is a probiotic drink of a different region. Kombucha is a probiotic.
Can we include Mishti Doi also in the probiotics?
Which one, sir?
Mishti Doi, the sweet curd from Bengal.
Yeah, sure. So each region has its own. So we don't need to search any different types of probiotics. That's what I strongly. Yeah.
Good. So basically, they're all kind of fermented. So some guys call the kombucha as tea mushroom or tea fungus. So basically, it's a sort of a fermented tea, and they add what is called a symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast, SCOBY, into these things. And like how Dr. Arun Kumar actually pointed out, our own probiotic is curd, and that is probably a much better probiotic than most other things because, as he said, when you process these things, most of those probiotic activity actually goes away. But curd is probably just processed at home and everything is preserved. We see it with our own eyes and it's there for us. So that's a very good point. Thank you, Dr. Arun Kumar.
Yes.
I think now we will go to Rachel. There are a lot of new seeds and fruits which are being now used these days. People talk about avocado, cranberries, and many seeds like oats, chia seeds, flax, pumpkin seeds, and all sorts of things. They may have existed from time immemorial, but then they really have come into the gambit of everyday foods only now. Well, to clarify just one point before we proceed further, when we say new age foods, it does not mean that that the foods have been invented now. New age is just that they have become more popular now. Actually, kombucha tea was actually made more than 2,000 years ago. It's just that it's become popular now. So that's why it features as a new age product now. So these seeds and new different kinds of fruits, dragon fruit, kiwi and all that, even though they were there from the time God made Eden, they have kind of been popularized now. So what is your take on these new age fruits and seeds?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Yes, in terms of these new age fruits, seeds and nuts, all of them available, and it is popularized mainly because of cultural and commercial influence. So that's why.
Okay, another point to note from Rachel. It is popularized because of the commercial and that sort of an interest in it. Good, thank you. Okay, go ahead, proceed.
The main reason why all these seeds are becoming famous could be for oats and it can be for quinoa. Most of them are prepared in the form of porridges, which is easy for anyone to consume. So slowly they're forgetting about our traditional food, which is taking time for them to cook in this fast world. So they prefer for foods which are easily available. So that's when there was a huge shift where many people were going on for oats and other grains. And when it comes to nuts and seeds, so if you take the current millennials, they started to look out for more of variety, options, and taste. So that's when, though these were already existed, but not in our region, they wanted to try out, and that's when all of them became very popularized. And each of them, the different foods, the foreign foods which are available now, has their own nutritional properties, but all of them wanted to try because it has been to a lot of health benefits about each food, about dragon fruit and about kiwi and all the berries. So rather than opting for those berries, we can get back to our traditional ones. They call the jamun, the elandapalam, all of those. So that would be the right choice to choose rather than choosing them. So if it for someone who has don't have any access to any of the traditional food, or if they are not convenient with the taste, then they go ahead with all of the other ingredients available.
Good. So on the way to school, we used to buy some yalandapalam for 5 paisa. Those days, I don't know if you were born as yet, but in my days, that was how it was. So yeah, I think we should probably get back to those. The next one, the next category is neo assemblies. Neo assemblies means, we've put together or concocted different forms of new age things. One is a muesli bar. Dr. Mary Pramila, I think I would be addressing you now, since you're in the home science department and probably a little bit more complex than pure diet. Muesli bar, granola bars. To that, I also added more simpler things like overnight oats, cornflakes, peanut butter, where, there's more than one ingredient put into them. So what do you think about, basically, I thought I'll ask you about the muesli bar and the granola bar. Do you think they're up to any good? What are your views on them?
Can you hear me? Thank you. Good afternoon and happy Women's Day to everyone. And thank you, Doctor. That is an interesting topic for me to answer, because this is a convenience food that even I have dipped into at times when, I needed a quick snack and I didn't have time.
The watchword from your whatever you said so far is convenience food. So we have 3 watchwords now, one from each of the speakers. Excellent. Go ahead.
So my take on this is that, of course, it has got a lot of ingredients which are individually considered healthy. So you could have cereals that are, minimally processed maybe, or have a bran and other things in it. You have berries that have high nutritious value. You have nuts, and it's all combined with things which they tout as healthy, like maybe honey or anything else. But if you look at the whole product and if you look at the ingredients on the pack, you'll find that in the process of making it last for a while, they are adding certain things which are not so healthy. So they are adding maybe colors, they are adding sugar, all these hidden ingredients which could lead to a lot of damage. So I believe that these muesli bars, though very popular and maybe even fashionable, are not so healthy when we can traditionally go in for whole grain cereal or a fruit or a fresh fruit. I think that would be a better option. Muesli bars, I think, because although they claim to be made with healthy ingredients, they are basically still processed. So in the processing, they are undergoing changes which can affect all the health qualities they tout or claim. So I think the antioxidants or phytochemicals they possess are being compromised in the processing. And then, of course, you're adding things to make it
What's
tasty.
wrong with color? God has added so much of color in all the things around us.
Natural color.
Why are you Okay, so this is artificial color, you think?
Artificial colors to make it more, and obviously the dried fruits in it has been preserved and it's got a high sugar content. So it is very appealing. It is very and it also makes us, makes us feel good because we think we've chosen an healthy option over something else. But if you look at it, if you actually look at the ingredients on the list, you'll be surprised at so many things that are not part of nature and not part of the inherent, composition of the foods that are being put together. So in the name of putting these ingredients together to make a product, for stability, for keeping its shape, for its holding its, giving it a good texture,
But if you
they are
don't do
adding
that,
things
if you
which
don't
can
do
be.
that, it will get fermented, isn't it?
Yes, so to keep its quality, for longer, we need to add all these things. And another thing of concern is also the kind of fats that they are adding in. A lot of it uses palm oil and other fats which are not good for us. So I think that's another concern that we need to look at as well.
Okay. Dr. Sujata, would you like to add something to what Dr. Pramila has told us?
The happy Women's Day to one and all. Here, ladies, dear ladies. I would like to add the recent popular trend of having acai bowl. If the dietitians, I think they must be knowing, but it is more popular among the youngsters, especially. It is considered as a superfood. So they try to add the acai fruit, make it as a make it as a smoothie. In this is considered to be a very as a superfood, and it is becoming more popular nowadays among youngsters. They think that they consume fruits, nuts, honey, everything is added to this fruit smoothie. But this acai bowl is, when it is properly prepared, is considered to be healthy. But when you add lot of berries, honey, fruits, sugar, so many things are added to these smoothies, which they falsely think that it is good, but it is loaded with too much of carbohydrates, and ultimately they'll end up with overweight, and they try to go to gym and reduce and follow these diet patterns, these fancy diet patterns to reduce their weight, but ultimately they find it difficult. But basically this is, as a fruit, this is not our Indian fruit, but it's available in South America, available as a puree or frozen fruit. So they make it as a puree with all the other mixture of berries, and they add other fruits, nuts, and everything depending on their taste, and it becomes highly calorie loaded and too much of sugar. So ultimately, you are overloading your system, thinking that it is good. So there are similar things which has been falsely popularized because for commercial purposes. So the panelists, could you add on anything similar to this?
I have one more category to finish. I call them substitutes. So people talk about butter substitute. A butter substitute is a non-butter which is added to butter to make it low cholesterol. So they call it low cholesterol butter, which in itself is a falsehood. And the other thing is low sodium salt. They add potassium chloride or the other one, your what you used to season it, Ajinomoto and all that, to make it into a lower sodium salt. So Dr. Sujata, what do you think of these substitutes?
Basically, these substitutes are all depending on the regional preferences. Like in North Indians, they like to add kala namak, and the Chinese, Japanese people add Ajinomoto. We use our natural salt, but for commercial purposes, they have made it like if you add these the red salt, the rock salt, it is good. It can reduce your so you can reduce your sodium levels, reduces your blood pressure, but it is not the right way to add these salts inappropriately, especially patients with a renal problem. Their potassium levels goes up, and similarly, adding other substitutes like for example, when we speak about kidney health, see the agents which they use to decorate the birthday cakes, the florets, the frozen, the toppings, they add a lot of coloring agents and to make it look good. So these agents are all supposed to be causing damage to the kidney. That is polypropylene, something they say. So, and also the diet ice cream. We have diet ice cream, which again contains polysorbate, which is again not good for the kidney. So these additives, because of this new age food, thinking that it is low calorie, we are consuming a lot of chemicals indirectly.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sujata. So now we've talked about all these different new age foods. And I think in unison, all of you have been against it. That seems hardly balanced. If we need to have a discussion, you need to have some people for it, isn't it? So why exactly do people take it? Dr. Arun Kumar, why do you think people take these new age foods? What are the reasons?
So the first thing is, as previously pointed out by one of the panelists, it is convenience, first of all. So they think that the new age foods, they come in a ready to eat or in a packed manner, so that they can just buy it directly from the supermarket. So either it be a bachelor or even the couple nowadays, both husband and wife are working. They don't have enough time to prepare. If you want to prepare some idli or dosa, at least batter you have to prepare it on the previous day, or you have to cook any sambar or chutney to take at least 20 to 30 minutes. Say if it is a muesli bar or some granola bar, or if it is just muesli, you can just open the packet, mix it in a bowl of milk, and have it quickly as possible. So I think from the days of the cornflakes, when cornflakes was invented, and similar breakfast cereals were gaining popularity in the Western nations. So the companies have been trying to, like when initially only the cornflakes came up, then after a point of time, everyone, okay, it is just a simple cereal. It has no major nutrients, just carbohydrates. So if you just mix cornflakes and sugar and milk, it is not healthy. Then the companies are coming up with new ideas to sell the things. So they add some dry fruits, they add some other things. So they brand it as more nutritious. So just the regular breakfast cereal, which has been popularized from the early 1940s and 50s, now they are adding some 3-4 constituents to it to brand it as more nutritious. So first thing is convenience. All these breakfast cereals are basically born out of convenience. The second thing is they are adding this nutritional dense. So once, but the general public, they don't know what exactly the nutrient it contains.
So
they don't know.
They believe it is good. So do you
they believe
really think it is good, or it's just a belief?
It is just a belief. So it is just a belief. Even I had participated in a talk show recently, and many were attracted to the word called gluten-free. So, but when the one of the panelists asked the person, like, what is gluten-free? Like, none of them could answer. They don't have any idea about gluten, whether it is present in our grains or not. Gluten is naturally free in any of the grain we use, let it be rice or maybe except wheat. All other grains we use, all the rice, all the millets, everything is naturally gluten-free, but the words attract them. So if the package contains the word gluten-free, low sodium, as you said before, sir, like when you were speaking about the substituents. So the substituents, low sodium salt, so on low fat butter, these terms are actually very, very zero cholesterol oils. So these words are really attracting. So I feel actually pity on the general public, because they are being they are being conned by all these companies.
Good.
Yeah.
One more bit of words to mark. Pity on the general public. Pity on the general public. Good. Some real gems are falling out of your mouths. Excellent.
So probably we should, from the medical community or the nutritionist community, we have to start educating the people that we all know that like for the past 10 or 20 years, one big brand of oil has been selling with the tagline zero cholesterol. So every one of us believe that one particular brand or one particular type of oil is zero cholesterol. But basically, those who have read biochemistry must have known that none of the vegetable oils contain cholesterol naturally. So this is when I first joined MBBS, my biochemistry professor told this first line when I entered the class. She told like, see how the people are being conned by all these marketing gimmicks. So just some basic biochemical knowledge, but because of the lack of the knowledge, people are made to believe that, okay, it is a zero cholesterol oil. So they think that, okay, groundnut is a high cholesterol oil, coconut is a high cholesterol oil. So some other new oil which has come to market is a zero cholesterol oil. So the taglines and the marketing and the gimmicks. So only with proper education, we will be able to remove some of them. Sir, I'm not able to hear you.
We are unable to hear you, sir.
Sir, we are unable to hear you.
Sir, you are not audible.
Sir, your voice is not audible, sir.
Cost of providing the
Could you hear me?
Hello. 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 Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're audible now.
Hello. Dr. Meenakshi,
You're
you're able to
audible.
hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now that we've talked so much about the probably not so honest way in which things are being represented, which Dr. Arun Kumar is telling us, I thought, Dr. Meenakshi, maybe you could tell us something about what legislations there might be. No? Yes? Now? Can't hear? Can you hear me now? Yes? No?
Hear you,
Also?
doctor. Yes.
No. Can you hear me?
Sir, the
Yes.
voice is breaking. We are just hearing few words here and there.
Could you talk something about the legislation which may be in place to regulate these things in terms of both manufacturing and selling these foods and in terms of marketing?
Yeah, wherein they want to do the first thing is keep India trans fat free by 2022. Though the WHO tells us that we want to go trans fat free by 2023. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, doctor.
Okay. So the first thing is they want India to go trans fat free. So they put a lot of regulations in place wherein they have informed all the manufacturing companies that their foods which have edible hydrogenated fat in them, one is that is to be out of the market. Second is the quantity of trans fat to be placed in each of these processed and ultra processed foods has to go down to less than 0.2 grams for it to be called as trans fat free. The second initiative what they have taken is through NetProfan. NetProfan is a network of professionals of food and nutrition, wherein they have combined Indian Medical Association, we have the PHFI, we have the Indian Dietetic Association, IAPN, NSI, and the Culinary Association, or along with the AFSTI, who have joined hands together in order to move ahead and spearhead the program, wherein they want freedom from non-communicable diseases, first 1,000 days to be addressed. And apart from that, most importantly, what they want to work is to bring down maternal malnutrition and food fortification. Apart from that, they have also come up with an important concept of RUCO, that is prevent reuse of cooking oil. In other words, to reduce the
Hello.
risk of cancer. Yes, sir. And last but not the least is food labels. They are coming up with a new regulation wherein they are going to mark a particular processed food as healthy, unhealthy, moderately healthy by the help of nutrition labeling. So they are giving importance to food labels. So this is what the FSSAI has recently brought in a lot of regulations. And they also are very strong about the fact that all ultra processed foods are sources of high fat, salt, and sugar, wherein they've brought a lot of videos across, wherein they can talk about how we can bring down the sources of saturated fat as well as sodium and sugar in our day-to-day life with the help of net profile.
Good. Are you able to hear us now?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, I thought I'll pick up a few examples to illustrate some of the points. I think most of you already talked about these points before. Could Rachel perhaps tell us about what recommended dietary allowances? I was hoping to discuss iron, presence of iron in different things, and how, as Dr. Arun Kumar pointed out, there is a lot of gimmickry in representation of truth and marketing. So, Rachel, recommending RDA with respects to iron, what can you say about that?
Yes, sir. So if you say that the recommended daily allowance for iron for an India, specifically for a male and for men, is from 17 mg to 21 mg. And when we see the food sources of iron-rich food, it's lesser than what each individual is receiving every day. So to correct this, definitely all have to follow a well-balanced diet, making sure that they include all the iron-rich food sources in all the meals. And now to compensate that imbalance in achieving the daily iron goals, so iron-rich fortification food are available now. So that's how we in India we are able to eradicate iron deficiency, but still there is iron deficiency, and I think a lot of awareness has to be created for iron deficiency anemia, and encourage them to have a lot of locally available foods for that.
So which food, naturally available food, do you think will have the real source of iron for people to take?
Yes, mainly it is the non-vegetarian sources of iron. So, and
Beef, come on, oysters, these are the highest.
yes, yes. Liver,
Yeah.
spleen, and all of that. So, any organ meat, there is a lot of iron content in them. And vegetarian sources, so always the top is green.
We really don't have to categorize them as vegetarian or non-vegetarian. We just have to talk about food as a whole. People will pick and choose what they wish to and what they do not wish to eat. So I think we, as a people, should give up this. It's a very unhealthy habit of always categorizing people and food as vegetarians and non-vegetarians. There are so many, the vegans, and there are vegetarians and all sorts of people. So everybody is people. Let's just talk about food as a whole, and people will pick and choose upon as per their private desires. So let's not. I think that's my. Okay. Anyway, so when it comes to things like muesli bars and granola bars, Dr. Mary Pramila was talking to us about that. What do you think about them providing iron for the fast-paced couple, which Dr. Arun Kumar was talking about, or the bachelors? Do you think it can provide them iron?
Yes, like rightly how what ma'am mentioned, it's the convenient food. I agree with that, but they don't fulfill the daily requirement. And foods like energy
So
bars.
perhaps we can advise them to take an iron nail and suck on it on the way to work.
Sorry, sir, your voice is.
Can we ask them to take an iron nail and suck on it on their way to work?
No, sir.
They're so busy. They can't cook. They can't make batter.
Yes, so based on their lifestyle and based on their preferences, they have to customize it. So not all granola bars are rich in iron. So they have some are deficient in iron, some are more in iron. So they have to read the food labels and they have to choose the right product which suits for them. So like how even Meenakshi ma'am said, there are a lot of fats and a lot of sugar and a lot of salt being added in all the products, so they have to be very aware on what type of food they choose. And granola bars and muesli bars and all of this suits very much for one population, that is the athlete population. So for them it suits a lot. So whenever they go for workout or when they come out from the workout and whenever they are traveling in between matches during their off season and on season, these food help them a lot in maintaining.
Okay, so that's one of the challenges of natural food. It's
Yes.
seasonal sometimes. Okay, I think Dr. Meenakshi wants to tell us something.
Sir, in Thailand, they use a lucky fish, which is made out of cast iron, which is used in preparation of their regular meals as well as consuming water. So the iron, elemental iron from that lucky fish leaches out into the food or into the water and helps to improve anemia in that country.
Oh, excellent, excellent. I think the element for Women's Day should be iron, isn't it? Yes?
So we should talk of enhancers and inhibitors.
Yes.
Basically, those which enhance iron absorption and those which inhibit iron absorption. So
Hmm.
that will improve anemia even much better than only talking of foods. And like, for example, the one of the convenient foods like from Kellogg's, you had Iron Shakti cornflakes. You know, when you're going to add it to milk, the calcium in the milk is not going to allow the iron to be absorbed from the cornflakes. So it's a pure gimmick to which one falls prey.
Okay, okay. Okay, I think we'll ask Dr. Sujata something about antioxidants now. So as far as iron goes, I think most of you have agreed that the natural way to take iron is the good thing to do. And a lot of these gimmickry foods actually do not give that much of iron. Like if you want to eat enough to achieve your recommended allowance of iron, probably you can do that by just eating a little bit of beef. But if you want to get that from dates, you really can't eat that much of dates. It's just impossible.
So you get only 0.87 milligrams
Exactly.
per 100 grams of dates.
Exactly.
It's only the dried dates which give you about 4.97 grams.
Exactly, exactly. So I think Dr. Sujata now for antioxidants.
So before talking about antioxidants, I just would like to add upon the regarding the iron. The other sources of iron like greens, especially the murungakkeera, pulichakkeera, ragi, all these contain lot of iron. And other commercially, and we should also know the food which prevents the absorption of iron. So, because you think you are taking lot of iron and finally you will end up again with the same problem. Commonly now, for example, the new age food oats, when you consume oats just as a ready-made, you prepare a dish and eat immediately, it prevents the absorption of iron, zinc, calcium, and many people, I don't know whether they are aware of this, because oats, they contain a chemical called phytic acid, which inhibits the absorption of iron. So you add milk and you add so many things to the preparation, oats. You make a bowl of oats porridge with, you think it is healthy, finally land up in preventing absorption of all these trace elements and minerals. So they say you have to soak the oats overnight or 15 to 20 minutes or minimum 15 to 20 minutes to remove the phytic acid to improve the absorption of iron. Because I don't think many of our general public are aware of this, because they generally start using oats as it is and they cook and eat thinking it is rich in fiber, low cholesterol, it helps in getting a lot of minerals. And coming to antioxidants, there is a lot of, commercial concept in this, that green tea gives lot of antioxidants, and this fruit has so much antioxidant, and that fruit has, like dragon fruit has so much of antioxidant, kiwi fruit has, avocado has lot of antioxidant. But when coming to our traditional fruits, whatever we have, tropical fruits, you won't believe, like to the general, to the students and the people present here, I would like to emphasize that Goa, the routinely which is available in the market, which is about 60 to 80 rupees per kilo, contains the lot of antioxidants, and it is ranked #1 fruit to have highest antioxidant when compared to even apple. People think apple a day keeps the doctor away, so it is loaded with lot of antioxidants, like all types of berries, they have antioxidants. Because these berries and other things are available out of India, so you need not go to, as Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj said, these fashionable fruits. We can, whatever which is regionally available and seasonally available fruits can be taken, and it should be consumed as a fruit than more than preparing as a juice to improve the fiber content and nutritional value. Because people think, again, there is a wrong concept, drinking juice is good than having it as a fruit. So I feel antioxidants, coming to antioxidants, there are a lot of gimmicks regarding the commercially, they say this contains this amount of antioxidant, but all these antioxidants are present in our naturally and regionally available foods, like lemon, like our lemon juice, then guava, they like routinely whatever fruits seasonably available, we can be taken to improve the, like I would like to emphasize upon ginger. Ginger has a lot of antioxidants, pudina, all these things have a lot of antioxidants.
Yes, I think we started off today's talk with green tea. Green tea has half the antioxidants that is present in coffee. Nobody talks about antioxidants in coffee, but green tea actually has half the antioxidants of coffee. If you really wish to know which foodstuff has maximum number of antioxidants, it's mint leaves, pudina. So if you have lemonade, that's vitamin C. The two big major heroes, vitamins of antioxidant with antioxidant properties are vitamin E and vitamin C. So if you take some lime juice, it has a lot of vitamin C. And if you put some mint leaves, nothing like it. Mint leaves gives you 142.6 mol per 3.5 ounces of antioxidants. So that is probably the highest. A lot of antioxidants is present in many of these berries and many of these other fruits, walnuts, dried gooseberries, etc. Ginger is another one which has a reasonably good score. All the spices are rich in antioxidants. Cloves, for example, has almost 15 times as much antioxidant as is available in ginger. So, but when you talk about antioxidants, what comes to anybody's mind first? Green tea. And that's probably one with the lowest amount of antioxidants. So as Dr. Arun Kumar told us, there is a lot of these gimmickries, and it is an area which is probably not that well legislated and that well truthful. So what is our responsibility as medical, paramedical personnel when we talk to patients, when we talk to people? See, most people are gullible. They do not read for themselves, they do not know for themselves, and when they attempt to read something, they read things which are actually fed to them by these gimmickry people. So we need to tell people about the real truth. What exactly is naturally available is probably much more economical and much more beneficial than what has been concocted. So we talked about fashionable. That was the word which we picked off Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj. So many of the people would like to, do the fashionable things. So when a few of these people, they do it and then they hype it up on the social media and everything, the poorer of us, when we look at that, we think, oh, I'm not able to eat that. So, when somebody keeps eating avocados and kiwi fruit and dragon fruit, it is fine if we use Nelika and Yalandapalam as what Rachel told us. Instead of just buying 5 paisa Yalandapalam, why do we need to get 80 rupees kiwi fruit and an avocado or, So it is our responsibility to popularize and to glorify things which poor people can easily eat and they will benefit from it. And that is the mission of the Madras Medical Mission. It is to serve the poor. It is to serve the unreached. It is to look after the people who, God so much loved and created so much in abundance. It is not our primary concern for people who can afford the avocados and kiwis and the dragon fruits of life. It is to look after the people who will eat the elanthappalams and the nelika, which they probably didn't even bother to buy. They just, took it off the tree and ate it. And those things are probably better for us than the avocados of today's life. So this is something which I think we should push as the message of today's discussion. Commercialization, that was another word which I picked up, I think, Dr. Mary Pramila. So, people have commercialized it. So obviously they would market it, brand market it, specifically market it, but we need to, vaccinate people, sensitize people against falling a prey out of their ignorance to these marketeers. Marketeers will be there. We cannot legislate against them, but we need to educate people for the people, and it is not against anybody. So let us approach everything with a positive note. We are not trying to be against anybody. If somebody wants to make a living and they want to popularize their kiwi fruit, which they have grown in their farm, it is fine. But we need to teach people that the gooseberries and the ilanthappalams are as good or better. So we will approach the whole thing positively. Convenience. Dr. Arun Kumar so beautifully told us people do not even have time to prepare their batter. They just want to, suck on a nail from the toolbox and, go on their way, hoping they will get the iron. What an unhealthy way to live. And, as he rightly said, instead of pitying the poor people, we need to pity these people more. So let us educate these people too. Those guys who, who work for America in the night time and sleep in the daytime. There are a huge bunch of people with all sorts of disorders. So, I know it's a global village, and when it's a global village, the dominant countries will decide which time of the clock people will work in. But we need to educate these people that, that it's up to them, and they really have to look after their food habits and stuff. So let us push for being truthful, for being appropriate, for being safe, and for being beneficial, and for the majority of the people. So I think with this, we will conclude today's session. Thank you so much, Dr. Arun Kumar, Dr. Meenakshi, Dr. Rachel, Dr. Mary Pramila, Dr. Sujata for having been with us. And I am very happy that today's, it was not actually a debate. It was more like a discussion, a more one-sided discussion, but I'm very happy that it all pushed our Triple M's motto of reaching the unreached and, looking after the poor people so much so today. And happy Women's Day. Thank you. God bless us all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
One minute. Sir. I request Dr. James Jacob, our moderator for the evening, to honor Dr. Sujata. So please. I now request Marina ma'am to honor our moderator, Dr. Jacob James Raj. I would like to thank all the panelists for an interactive, informative, yet patiently answering the questions that us youngsters are always curious about. I would also like to thank our moderator, Dr. Jacob James Raj, for carrying out the session in a smooth yet an interesting fashion. Our next program for the day is a presentation of best inspiring videos and selfie pictures. The judges for the event are Ms. Rachel Zakriak, Chief Manager Front Office, and Ms. Shabita Dinesh, Chief Manager Housekeeping. Over to the presentation.
Happy Women's Day. My inspiration woman achiever, journey of Mrs. Malavika Siddhartha, a heartbroken wife and determined CEO of the Cafe Coffee Day. Many thought that the Coffee Day company would not survive after her death of her husband, Mr. Siddhartha, but achieved a milestone by serving the Coffee Day enterprises from a debt of over rupees 7,000 crores and the miraculous recovery of the Coffee Day. And she was being able to hold the legacy of the company and brought down the debt to 3,100 crores by the end of March 2020 and further dropped to 1,731 crores by the end of March 2021. She also said that the employees were her family members and would like to foster them in future. Salute to her courage and determination. Proverbs 31:10 says, "Who can find a virtuous wife? For her worth is far more than rubies." Thank you.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இன்று பெண்களை பற்றி பேச போகிறேன். பெண்கள் நம் நாட்டின் கண்கள். நம் குடும்பத்திலும் நாட்டிலும் முதுகெலும்பு போன்றவர்கள். அக்காலத்தில் அது புது பெண்களுக்கு படிப்பதற்கென்று வீட்டில் அடைத்து வைத்தனர். ஆனால் இன்றோ மங்கையராய் பிறப்பதற்கு மாதவம் செய்திருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உலகமே பாராட்டுகின்றது. பெண் 4 பரிமாணங்களாக உருவெடுக்கிறார். மனைவியாக, தாயாக, மகளாக, சகோதரியாக உருப்பெறுகிறார். பெண்கள் எங்கும் எதிலும் எத்துறையிலும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். வீடுகளிலும் வேலை செய்யும் இடங்களிலும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். ஆணுக்கு பெண் சரிநிகர் சமானம் என்ற நிலையில் உயர்ந்து கல்வித்துறை, மருத்துவத்துறை, காவல்துறை, இராணுவம் மற்றும் விமானத்துறை என்று எவ்விடங்களும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். எனவே பெண்களை போற்றுவோம். பெண்கள் நம்மில் பாதி என்பதை உணர்ந்து பெண்களை மதித்து வாழ்வோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம். அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மகளிர் தின நல்வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Imagine a gender-equal world, a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a world that's diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together, we can forge women's equality. Collectively, we can all break the bias, celebrate women's achievement, raise awareness against bias, take action for equality. International Women's Day is all about feeling self-worth and achieving the goals as per the potential. Besides that, women should gather the courage to cross all the hurdles in all the spheres of life to make a tremendous improvement. It is a general myth in the society that women-related issues are not a big deal. Many people believe that the gender gap does not really exist in the society, and efforts by individuals are not enough and cannot bring any change to the gender gap. Women's Day is all about making the society realize that each individual has to work in a different way and changing society towards a better future. So, a happy Women's Day to all the incredible women. Shine on, not just today, but every day. Happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am here to talk a few words about this wonderful day. First of all, I wish a happy Women's Day to all beautiful and courageous women. It's a day which is celebrated around the globe with a lot of love and happiness. Now I am going to talk about the most inspiring woman, Muniba Masari. She's teaching the world how we are important for our life. We are always need a reason for live our life. When everyone demotivates us, we should continue our life for the sake of this wonderful gift of God. That is, we are alive still. She is full of inspiration for those
everyone, my name is Ansana Binni. Today we are celebrating International Women's Day. The International Women's Day is celebrated every year globally on 8th of March. It sheds light on the great achievements of women in various fields. Empowering women is a great responsibility at present 21st century. It is necessary for gender equality and social dignity. In the modern days, women were confined to the home and were not allowed to step out of the house for work. But today's society has seen a lot of changes. Today, women have started realizing their strengths. They are contributing to the success of their home and the entire society. Modern woman is no longer dependent. She is strong and self-confident. We should respect each of them, not because of gender, but because of their own identity. We must agree that both men and women contribute to the development of the home and the community. You can see women reaching greater heights and even traveling to the space. They are entering into all fields and are making success everywhere they go. As you know, Kalpana Chawla, she was selected in honor of her prominent place in world history. She was the first woman of India descent to go to space. She held commercial pilot's license for single and multi-engine aeroplanes. We can proudly say even Chawla's accidental death is an inspiration to the modern women. So, on this International Women's Day, let's recognize the importance of women in our lives and the society and motivate them for greater future achievements. I'm concluding my words, expanding the word woman. W for wonderful wife, O for outstanding friend, M for marvelous daughter, A for adorable sister, N for nurturing mother. Yes, that is women. Have a wonderful Women's Day. Thank you.
It's the story of a woman who, in pursuit of her dreams and aspirations, made other people realize that if you think that your life is hard and you are giving up on that because you think your life is unfair, think again, because when you think that way, you are being unfair to yourself. It's the story of a woman who made people realize that sometimes problems are not too big. We are too small because we cannot handle them. She is the one who never gave up in her life, even the most adverse situation she could ever face. There are some incidents that happen in our life, and those incidents are so strong that they break you physically, they deform your body, but they transform your soul. They mold you into the best version of you, and she is now one of the best known motivational speakers in the world, which is none other than Muniba Masari, the Iron Lady of Pakistan. She never intended to be a motivational speaker, she wanted to be an artist, but for her, destiny was different. Because of that dreadful accident she faced in her life, which deformed her body, was sentenced by doctors that she won't lead a normal life as Big Bird. She broke all the barriers in front of her and rose up like a phoenix. She was a person who was afraid to face the people after the accident because she never liked the sympathy in their eyes when anyone sees her. Now, she is an inspiration to many of us. A beautiful quote said by Muniba Mansari is, "We all are perfectly imperfect and it's alright. We were sent here not to become perfect people. Believe in yourself." She believed in herself, and that's why she is in this great position right now. Thank you.
One child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world. Education, the only solution. Education I had two options. One was to remain silent
never dreamed about success. I worked for it. Hey, I'm Christina Reggie. Today I'm going to speak about motivation story about myself. I started my writing on 2021 based on my experience and feelings. When I started to write, nobody is there to encourage me. Most of them make fun of me and some of them commented I have copied from some sources like Google and other books. Even though I keep moving and appreciate myself every day to become a good writer. I started to read many books and try to contact with other writers. I tried many apps to post my writing. I shared my writings with others for their opinion. I'm so happy and excited when my writings uploaded in the Google. It was such a beautiful moment in my life where I faced many distress, disappointment, discouragement and so on. So I would like to conclude that every individual are unique, so you should always try your best to catch your dreams and appreciate yourself when nobody is there to appreciate you. This will lead you to be succeed in your life. Thank you.
ஒரு பொண்ணு எனக்கு என்ன தெரியுமா? ஒரு பொண்ணால என்னெல்லாம் செய்ய முடியும்னு உனக்கு தெரியுமா? நான் செங்கல் சகத்தை கொடுத்து அதை வீட மாத்தி கொடுப்பா. நீந்ததை வச்சு உனக்கு வயிறார சாப்பாடு கொடுப்பா. அன்பை காட்டினா உன் வாழ்க்கையே சந்தோஷமயமாக்குவா. ஆண் தன்னோட காமத்தை காட்டினாலும் பெண் ஒரு புனிதமான உறவுக்கு உயிர் கொடுப்பா. ஒரு பொண்ணுக்கு என்ன கொடுக்குறோமோ அது 2 மடங்கு திரும்ப கிடைக்கும். அது நல்லதும் கெட்டதும் எதுவா இருந்தாலும்.
I'm just a girl with a big dreams. I want respect. I want attention. I want to reach somewhere in my life. Like that's the fight I'm going through every day, and I've fought for it.
Women is a full circle. Within her is a power to nurture, transform, and create a world. Happy Women's Day to all. Here I'm going to describe about the most inspiring women of my life. There are not only one woman that inspired me. There are many more women. I just want to take them as my role model. There are many. Like example, the first one was Velunachia and Jhansi Rani. They fought for our country. They show their braveness towards the British people, and we have to, as a woman, we have to be so brave like them. And then Lakshmi Reddy, as she became a first doctor in Tamil Nadu, so she achieved a lot. In many restrictions, she studied lot. And Mother Teresa, she has served our country. She gave love towards the people. Next, there are many people like this. Kiran Bedi, Kalpana Chawla. There are many more people who inspire. We have to take them as our role model, and we have to grow in our life. We should be, as a female, we should be an independent person. We should not be dependent on anyone like our father, like our brother or our husband. We should be very more independent, and we have to be more successful in our life. Happy Women's Day.
Full of inspirational people, and everyone has a story of their own. The stories of a woman who is perfectly imperfect that life made her who and what she is today. And she made the people to realize that sometimes problems are not too big, we are too small because we can't handle them. And in we all realize that the real happiness doesn't lie in success, money and fame. It lies within the gratitude. Let's take a look at the Muniba Mazari's incredible life story and how she ended up getting to where she is today. Muniba Mazari, the Iron Lady of Pakistan, is an activist, anchor, artist, model, singer and a motivational speaker who married an obscure Pakistani man at the age of 18 for the sake of her father's happiness. She was traveling with her husband and they got involved in a severe and unfortunate accident. Her whole body was injured and her legs were completely paralyzed for the rest of her life. In these hard times, her husband divorced her, seeing her as a disabled person. But she never gave up. Despite sitting in a wheelchair for almost 14 years, she made it to the top. She was designated as a UN Woman Pakistani National Ambassador, and she said, "We came with nothing, we will leave with nothing. It's about what we do in between. They are keen to gain, but how many of us are willing to lose? Always remember, there are no major gain without major losses." Thank you.
Strong woman knows she has strength enough for the journey, but a woman of strength knows it is in the journey where she'll become strong. I'm here to speak about Essay, one of the woman Bible character who has been my inspiration and has emboldened me to face the overwhelming situations and hurdles of life with brave and courage. Essay, queen of Xerxes, talked to king which no one dared to do about the Haman's plot to king all the Jews by gathering all of her courage and confidence by which she saved the entire nation of Israel. The very solitary thing that inspired me about her life is that she showed herself to be brave and strong in the face of great danger. She trusted God and followed His calling on her life. She has enabled me to face the challenges and hardships in my life. To be honest, I was a person of great fear, specifically of stage fear. But Esther's life and her confidence has not only made me to be courageous and strong in spite of the circumstances of life, but also to trust God fully, to cast all my cares on Him and to follow His calling on my life so as to become fearless and strong enough to never give up on anything in my life. Charm is deceitful and beauty is vain, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Nothing is more beautiful than a woman who is brave, strong, and courageous. Thank you.
Hey all, if you were asked to speak about any inspirational woman who inspired you, then you will be speaking about any historical woman like Malala Yousafzai, Jhansi Rani, Mother Teresa, or sometimes your mother or somebody who inspired you a lot in your life. So today I will be speaking about a woman who was asked to fly all along to Abu Dhabi for the first time for her children. And she was from a middle class family and she doesn't know any other languages than her mother tongue. She flied something made her to fly all alone, and she reached Abu Dhabi and she called her children and said that it was nothing dark. It was awesome to fly all alone, but for the first time it was very awesome. And that was my mother who flied all alone, and this inspired me a lot because she showed that courage to fly all alone. Guys, I want to remember you a small thing. If don't be someone who gets inspired by others, but be someone who gives inspiration to others to live. And as Maya Angelou said, if you don't like it, change it. If you cannot change it, change your attitude and don't complain. So happy Women's Day to all out there and be some inspirational women to others, at least to children. Thank you.
This is a first glimpse in the book of John where we see about a Samaritan woman who's considered as unclean and had been widowed but still made a revolutionary mission. Here she meets her Messiah at the well. Jesus is crystal clear about the woman's situation, but still spoke to her directly. Here Jesus sets an example toward women that counterproductive decisions based on caste, religion, and especially gender are ungodly. And also, this woman scheduled her day, putting away her deepest pain, and in spite of her embarrassment, she went out to preach the coming of Christ. I was inspired on how she nullified this myth that produces social disadvantage and also diminishes the worth of many people. And I was surprised when I came to know that this woman was the first person to know the Messiah. The inspiring thing that I learned from the Samaritan woman is a really strong woman accepts the war she goes through and is ennobled by her scars. Thank you.
Women belongs in all places where decisions are being made. It shouldn't be that the women are the exception. As I am here to say an inspirational story about Priyanka Chopra. Priyanka Chopra was born in a small town in India in Haryana. After winning the beauty pageant, she dropped out of the college to become an actress. After an amazing career in Bollywood, she decided to take over Hollywood too. But that was not an easy part. Every star has their own individual journey. In mine, I have faced a lot. I have been kicked out of the film because of someone else was recommended to the procedure. I cried and get over it. Even though she is a former Miss World and an international star, Priyanka Chopra still hasn't escaped the tendency to be rejected for roles because of her face and skin tone. In one of her best motivational speeches, she inspired our heart and made her love and respect her even more. I would like to conclude by saying the words of Priyanka Chopra that there is only one you because there is no one like you, and don't mean the superfluous and superficial part. I'm talking about the core of you, who you are inside, your value, your beliefs, your fluids. And once you understand who really that person is, you would have taken the first step in finding your unique self. And that's the best version of you. Let your dreams fly, give them wings. Be who you want to be, the just be being fearless. Thank you.
inspiration woman achiever, journey of Mrs. Malavika Siddhartha, a heartbroken wife who determined CEO of the Cafe Coffee Day. Many thought that the coffee day company would not survive after the death of her husband, Mr. Siddhartha, but achieved a milestone by serving the coffee day enterprises from a debt of over rupees 7,000 crores and the miraculous recovery of the coffee day. And she was being able to hold the legacy of the company and brought down the debt to 3,100 crores by the end of March 2020 and further dropped to 1,731 crores by the end of March 2021. She also said that the employees were family members and would like to foster them in future. Salute to her courage and determination. Proverbs 31:10 says, "Who can find the virtuous wife? For a worth is far more than rubies." Thank you.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இன்று பெண்களை பற்றி பேசுகிறேன். பெண்கள் நம் நாட்டின் கண்கள். நம் குடும்பத்திலும் நாட்டிலும் முதுகெலும்பு போன்றவர்கள். அக்காலத்தில் அற்புதம் பெண்களுக்கு படிப்பதற்கென்று வீட்டில் அடைத்து வைத்தனர். ஆனால் இன்று மங்கையாய் பிறப்பதற்கு மாதவம் செய்திருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உலகமே பாராட்டுகின்றது. பெண் 4 பரிமாணங்களாக உருவெடுக்கிறார். மனைவியாக, தாயாக, மகளாக, சகோதரியாக உருவெடுக்கிறார். பெண்கள் எங்கும் எதிலும் எத்துறையிலும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். வீடுகளிலும் வேலை செய்யும் இடங்களிலும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். ஆணுக்கு பெண் சரிநிகர் சமானம் என்ற நிலையில் உயர்ந்து கல்வித்துறை, மருத்துவத்துறை, காவல்துறை, ராணுவம் மற்றும் விமானத்துறை என்று எவ்விடங்களும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். எனவே பெண்களை போற்றுவோம். பெண்கள் நம்மில் பாதி என்பதை உணர்ந்து பெண்களை மதித்து வாழ்வோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம். அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மகளிர் தின நல்வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Equal world. A world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. A world that's diverse, equitable, and inclusive. A world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together, we can forge women's equality. Collectively, we can all break the bias. Celebrate women's achievement. Raise awareness against bias. Take action for equality. International Women's Day is all about feeling self-worth and achieving the goals as per the potential. Besides that, women should gather the courage to cross all the hurdles in all the spheres of life to make a tremendous improvement. It is a general myth in the society that women-related issues are not a big deal. Many people believe that the gender gap does not really exist in the society, and efforts by individuals are not enough and cannot bring any change to the gender gap. Women's Day is all about making the society realize that each individual has to work in a different way and changing society towards a better future. So, a happy Women's Day to all the incredible women. Shine on, not just today, but every day. Happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am here to talk a few words about this wonderful day. First of all, I wish a happy Women's Day to all beautiful and courageous women. It's a day which is celebrated around the globe with a lot of love and happiness. Now I am going to talk about the most inspiring woman, Muniba Masari. She's teaching the world how we are important for our life. We are always need a reason for live our life. When everyone demotivates us, we should continue our life for the sake of this wonderful gift of God, that is, we are alive still. She is full of inspiration for those women who wants to give up their life. So, whatever coming in our life, keep going in each and every situations. Once again, happy Women's Day to all beautiful women.
Hello everyone, my name is Ansona Binni. Today we are celebrating International Women's Day. The International Women's Day is celebrated every year globally on 8th of March. It sheds lights on the great achievements of women in various fields. Empowering women is a great responsibility at present 21st century. It is necessary for gender equality and social dignity. In the modern days, women were confined to the home and were not allowed to step out of the house for work. But today's society has seen a lot of changes. Today, women have started realizing their strengths. They are contributing to the success of their home and the entire society. Modern woman is no longer dependent. She is strong and self-confident. We should respect each of them, not because of gender, but because of their own identity. We must agree that both men and women contribute to the development of the home and the community. You can see women reaching greater heights and even traveling to the space. They are entering into all fields and are making success everywhere they go. As you know, Kalpana Chawla, she was selected in honor of her prominent place in world history. She was the first woman of India descent to go to space. She held commercial pilot's license for single and multi-engine aeroplanes. We can proudly say even Chawla's accidental death is an inspiration to the modern women. So, on this International Women's Day, let's recognize the importance of women in our lives and the society and motivate them for greater future achievements. I'm concluding my words, expanding the word woman. W for wonderful wife, O for outstanding friend, M for marvelous daughter, A for adorable sister, N for nurturing mother. Yes, that is women. Have a wonderful Women's Day. Thank you.
It's the story of a woman who, in pursuit of her dreams and aspirations, made other people realize that if you think that your life is hard and you are giving up on that because you think your life is unfair, think again, because when you think that way, you are being unfair to yourself. It's the story of a woman who made people realize that sometimes problems are not too big. We are too small because we cannot handle them. She's the one who never gave up in her life, even the most ugly situation she could ever face. There are some incidents that happen in your life, and those incidents are so strong that they break you physically, they deform your body, but they transform your soul. They mold you into the best version of you, and she is now one of the best motivational speakers in the world, which is none other than Munira Ansari, the Iron Lady of Pakistan. She never intended to be a motivational speaker. She wanted to be an artist. But her destiny was different. That dreadful accident she faced in her life, which deformed her body, was sentenced by doctors that she won't live a normal life as before. She broke all the barriers in front of her and rose up like a phoenix. She was a person who was afraid to beat the people after the accident because she never liked the sympathy in her eyes when anyone sees her. Now, she is an inspiration to many of us. A beautiful quote said by Munira Ansari is, all are perfectly imperfect, and it's all right. We were sent here not to become perfect. Herself. That's why she is in this great position right now. Thank you.
வீசும் காற்றும் பாதை மாற்றும் உந்தன் தேகம் ரகசியமோ எதிரி கூட்டம் உனக்கு மட்டும் கைகள் கட்டும் அதிசயமோ உன்னை போல யாரும் இல்லை தோன்ற போவதும் இல்லை இந்த மண்ணின் செல்ல
Education, the only solution. Education is fun. I had two options. One was to remain silent and wait to be killed. And the second was to speak up and then be killed. I chose the second one. I decided to speak up.
I never dreamed about success. I worked for it. Hey, I'm Christina Reggie. Today I'm going to speak about motivation story about myself. I started my writing on 2021 based on my experience and feelings. When I started to write Nobody is there to encourage me. Most of them make fun of me, and some of them commented I have copied from some sources like Google and other books. Even though I keep moving and appreciate myself every day to become a good writer. I started to read many books and try to contact with other writers. I tried many apps to post my writing. I shared my writings with others for their opinion. I'm so happy and excited when my writings uploaded in the Google. It was such a beautiful moment in my life where I faced many distress, disappointment, discouragement, and so on. So I would like to conclude that every individual are unique, so you should always try your best to catch your dreams and appreciate yourself when nobody is there to appreciate you. This will lead you to be succeed in your life. Thank you.
ஒரு பொண்ணு எனக்கு என்ன தெரியுமா? ஒரு பொண்ணால என்னெல்லாம் செய்ய முடியும்னு உனக்கு தெரியுமா? நான் செங்கல் செவத்தை கொடுத்து அதை வீட மாத்தி கொடுப்பா. நீந்ததை வச்சு உனக்கு வயிறார சாப்பாடு கொடுப்பேன். அன்பை காட்டினா உன் வாழ்க்கையே சந்தோஷமயமாகும். ஆண் தன்னோட காமத்தை காட்டினாலும் பெண்ணோட புனிதமான உறவுக்கு உயிர் கொடுப்பேன். ஒரு பொண்ணுக்கு என்ன கொடுக்கணுமோ அது 2 மடங்கு திரும்ப
I would like to thank all the participants for contributing such inspiring words in breaking the bias against women. Now we shall have a short break, and I request everyone to join at 5 p.m. and witness the proceedings. For everyone, refreshments and tea has been arranged. So please take. Thank you. It's on my right side at the end. Please go one by one and you can take. Thank you.
அது நல்லது கெட்டது எதுவா இருந்தாலும்
I'm just a girl with a big dreams. I want respect. I want attention. I want to reach somewhere in my life. Like that's the fight I'm through every day, and I've fought for it.
Women is a full circle. Within her is a power to nurture, transform, and create a world. Happy Women's Day to all. Here I'm going to describe about the most inspiring women of my life. There are not only one woman that inspired me. There are many more women. I just want to take them as my role model. There are many. Like, example, the first one was Elena Chia and Chansirani. They fought for our country. They showed their braveness towards the British people. And we have to, as a woman, we have to be so brave like them. And then, with Lakshmi Reddy, as she became a first doctor in Tamil Nadu, so she achieved a lot. It's many restrictions she studied lot. And Mother Teresa, she served our country. She gave love towards the people. Like there are many people like this. Kiran Bedi, Kalpana Chawla. There are many more people who inspire. We have to take them as our role model, and we have to grow in our life. We should be, as a female, we should be an independent person. We should not be dependent on anyone, like a father, like a brother or a husband. We should be very more independent, and we have to be more successful in our life. Happy Women's Day.
Full of inspirational people and everyone has a story of their own. The stories of a woman who is perfectly imperfect, like made her who and what she is today. And she made the people to realize that sometimes problems are not too big, yet too small, because we can't handle them. And in the end, we all realize that the real happiness doesn't lie in success, money, and fame. It lies within the gratitude. Let's take a look at the Muniba Mazari's incredible life story and how she ended up getting to where she is today. Muniba Mazari, the Iron Lady of Pakistan, is an activist, anger artist, model, singer, and a motivational speaker who married an obscure Pakistani man at the age of 18 for the sake of her father's happiness. She was traveling with her husband and they got involved in a severe and unfortunate accident. Her whole body was injured and her legs were completely paralyzed for the rest of her life. In these hard times, her husband divorced her, seeing her as a disabled person. But she never gave up. Despite sitting in a wheelchair for almost 14 years, she made it to the top. She was designated as a UN woman Pakistani national ambassador, and she said, "We came with nothing, we will leave with nothing. It's about what we do in between. We are keen to gain, but how many of us are willing to lose? Always remember, there are no major gains without major losses." Thank you.
Strong woman knows she has strength enough for the journey, but a woman of strength knows it is in the journey where she'll become strong. I'm here to speak about Esther, one of the women Bible character who has been my inspiration and has emboldened me to face the overwhelming situations and hurdles of life with brave and courage. Esther, queen of become fearless and strong enough to never give up on anything in my life. Charm is deceitful and beauty is vain, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Nothing is more beautiful than a woman who is brave, strong, and courageous. Thank you.
Sometimes your mother or somebody. So today I will be speaking about a woman who was asked to fly on and on to Abu Dhabi for the first time for her children. And she was from a middle class family and she doesn't know languages than her mother tongue. She flies something made her to fly all along and she reached Abu Dhabi and called her children and said that it was nothing that it was awesome to fly all along, but for the first time it was very awesome. And that was my mother who flied all along. And this inspired me a lot because she showed that courage to fly all along. So I want to not be someone who just inspired me, but be someone who others to me. And as my action was said, if you don't like it, choose it. Not change it. Choose it as it is and don't complain. So happy Women's Day to all out there and give some inspiration to us.
This is a first glimpse in the book of John where we see about a Samaritan woman who's considered as unclean and had been widowed but still made a revolutionary mission. Here she meets her Messiah at the well. Jesus is crystal clear about the woman's situation but still spoke to her directly. Here Jesus sets an example toward women that counterproductive decisions based on caste, religion, and especially gender are ungodly. And also, this woman scheduled her day, putting away her deepest pain, and in spite of her embarrassment, she went out to preach the coming of Christ. I was inspired on how she nullified this myth that produces social disadvantage and also diminishes the worth of many people. And I was surprised when I came to know that this woman was the first person to know the Messiah. The inspiring thing that I learned from the Samaritan women is a really strong woman accepts the what she goes through and is ennobled by her scars. Thank you.
Women belongs in all places where decisions are being made. It shouldn't be that the women are the exception. As I am here to say an inspirational story about Priyanka Chopra. Priyanka Chopra was born in a small town in India in Haryana. And after winning the beauty pageant, she dropped out of the college to become an actress. After an amazing career in Bollywood, she decided to take over Hollywood too. But that was not an easy path. Every star has their own individual journey. In mine, I have faced a lot. I have been kicked out of the films because of someone else was recommended to the procedure. I cried and get over it. Even though she is a former Miss World and an international star, Priyanka Chopra still hasn't escaped the tendency to be rejected for roles because of her race and skin tone. In one of her best motivational speeches, she inspired our heart and made her love and respect her even more. I would like to conclude by saying the words of Priyanka Chopra that there is only one you because there is no one like you, and don't mean the superfluous and superficial part. I'm talking about the core of you, who you are inside, your value, your beliefs, your fluids. And once you understand who really that person is, you would have taken the first step in finding your unique self. And that's the best version of you. Let your dreams fly, give them wings. Be who you want to be, the just be being fearless. Thank you.
நாளை என்றும் நம் கையில் இல்லை, நாம் யாரும் தேவன் கை பொம்மைகளே. என்றால் கூட போராடு நண்பா, என்றைக்கும் தோற்காது உண்மைகளே. உசைன் போல்ட்டை போல் இல்லாமல் ஓடு, கோல்டு தேடி வரும். உங்கள் வாழும் ஒரு ஒலிம்பிக்கை போலே, வேர்வை வெற்றி தரும். நாங்கள் ரிஷியும் இல்லை, ஓர் குஷி சொன்னோம் குடிச்சா குடிலா. எதிர் நீச்சல் அடி என்று ஏற்று கொடி கடகாலி நம்ம வாலி. எதிர் நீச்சல் அடி என்று ஏற்று கொடி கடகாலிய வாலி சொன்னபடி. எதிர் நீச்சல் அடி என்று ஏற்று கொடி கடகாலிய வாலி சொன்னபடி. Yo, yo, honey, I'm going down, baby. Kick down to the south. Jodi hai teri baby, cola bari tune. From Mumbai to Marina, se leke Karina, sabke media.
Women's Day. My inspiration woman achiever, journey of Mrs. Malavika Siddhartha, a heartbroken wife to a determined CEO of the Cafe Coffee Day. Many thought that the coffee day company would not survive after her death of her husband, Mr. Siddhartha, but achieved a milestone by serving the Coffee Day enterprises from a debt of over rupees 7,000 crores and the miraculous recovery of the Coffee Day. And she was being able to hold the legacy of the company and brought down the debt to 3,000 crores by the end of March 2020 and further dropped to 1,731 crores by the end of March 2021. She also said that the employees were family members and would like to foster them in future. Salute to her courage and determination. Proverbs 31:10 says, "Who can find a virtuous wife? For her worth is far more than rubies." Thank you.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இன்று பெண்களை பற்றி பேசப் போகிறேன். பெண்கள் நம் நாட்டின் கண்கள். நம் குடும்பத்திலும் நாட்டிலும் முதுகெலும்பு போன்றவர்கள். அக்காலத்தில் அற்புதம் பெண்களுக்கு படிப்பதற்கென்று வீட்டில் அடைத்து வைத்தனர். ஆனால் இன்றோ மங்கையாய் பிறப்பதற்கு மாதவம் செய்திருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உலகமே பாராட்டுகின்றது. பெண் 4 பரிமாணங்களாக உருவெடுக்கிறார். மனைவியாக, தாயாக, மகளாக, சகோதரியாக உருப்பெறுகிறார். பெண்கள் எங்கும் எதிலும் எத்துறையிலும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். வீடுகளிலும் வேலை செய்யும் இடங்களிலும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். ஆணுக்கு பெண் சரிநிகர் சமானம் என்ற நிலையில் உயர்ந்து கல்வித்துறை, மருத்துவத்துறை, காவல்துறை, இராணுவம் மற்றும் விமானத்துறை என்று எவ்விடங்களும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். எனவே பெண்களை போற்றுவோம். பெண்கள் நம்மில் பாதி என்பதை உணர்ந்து பெண்களை மதித்து வாழ்வோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம். அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மகளிர் தின நல்வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Imagine a gender equal world, a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a world that's diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together, we can forge women's equality. Collectively, we can all break the bias, celebrate women's achievement, raise awareness against bias, take action for equality. International Women's Day is all about feeling self-worth and achieving the goals as per the potential. Besides that, women should gather the courage to cross all the hurdles in all the spheres of life to make a tremendous improvement. It is a general myth in the society that women-related issues are not a big deal. Many people believe that the gender gap does not really exist in the society, and efforts by individuals are not enough and cannot bring any change to the gender gap. Women's Day is all about making the society realize that each individual has to work in a different way and changing society towards a better future. So, a happy Women's Day to all the incredible women. Shine on, not just today, but every day. Happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am here to talk a few words about this wonderful day. First of all, I wish a happy Women's Day to all beautiful and courageous women. It's a day which is celebrated around the globe with a lot of love and happiness. Now I am going to talk about the most inspiring woman, Muniba Masari. She's teaching the world how we are important for our life. We are always need a reason for live our life. When everyone demotivate us, we should continue our life for the sake of this wonderful gift of God, that is, we are alive still. She is full of inspiration for those women who wants to give up their life. So, whatever coming in our life, keep going in each and every situations. Once again, happy Women's Day to all beautiful women.
Hello everyone, my name is Ansona Binni. Today we are celebrating International Women's Day. The International Women's Day is celebrated every year globally on 8th of March. It sheds light on the great achievements of women in various fields. Empowering women is a great responsibility at present 21st century. It is necessary for gender equality and social dignity. In the modern days, women were confined to the home and were not allowed to step out of the house for work. But today's society has seen a lot of changes. Today, women have started realizing their strengths. They are contributing to the success of their home and the entire society. Modern woman is no longer dependent. She is strong and self-confident. We should respect each of them, not because of gender, but because of their own identity. We must agree that both men and women contribute to the development of the home and the community. You can see women reaching greater heights and even traveling to the space. They are entering into all fields and are making success everywhere they go. As you know, Kalpana Chawla, she was selected in honor of her prominent place in world history. She was the first woman of India descent to go to space. She held commercial pilot's license for single and multi-engine aeroplanes. We can proudly say even Chawla's accidental death is an inspiration to the modern women. So, on this International Women's Day, let's recognize the importance of women in our lives and the society and motivate them for greater future achievements. I'm concluding my words, expanding the word woman. W for wonderful wife, O for outstanding friend, M for marvelous daughter, A for adorable sister, N for nurturing mother. Yes, that is women. Have a wonderful Women's Day. Thank you.
It's the story of a woman who, in pursuit of her dreams and aspirations, made other people realize that if you think that your life is hard and you are giving up on that because you think your life is unfair, think again, because when you think that way, you are being unfair to yourself. It's the story of a woman who made people realize that sometimes problems are not too big. We are too small because we cannot handle them. She is the one who never gave up in her life, even the most ugly situation she could ever face. There are some incidents that happen in our life, and those incidents are so strong that they break you physically, they deform your body, but they transform your soul. They mold you into the best version of you, and she is now one of the best motivational speakers in the world, which is none other than Muniba Ansari, the Iron Lady of Pakistan. She never intended to be a motivational speaker, she wanted to be an artist. So her destiny was different. Because of that dreadful accident she faced in her life, which deformed her body, was sentenced by doctors that she won't live a normal life as a big girl. She broke all the barriers in front of her and rose into the fields. She was a person who was afraid to face the people after an accident because she never liked the sympathy in her eyes when anyone says her. Now, she is an inspiration to many of us. A beautiful quote said by Muniba Ansari like this: "We all are perfectly imperfect, and it's all right. We were sent here to be perfect people. Believe in yourself." She believed in herself, and that's why she is in this great position right now. Thank you.
வீசும் காற்றும் பாதை மாற்றும் உந்தன் வேகம் ரகசியமோ எதிரி கூட்டம் உனக்கு மட்டும் கைகள் கட்டும் அதிசயமோ உன்னை போல யாரும் இங்கு இல்லை போன்ற போவதும் இல்லை இந்த மண்ணின் செல்லம்
Education, the only solution. Education. One was to remain silent and wait to be heard. And the second was speak up and then declare. I took the second one. I decided to speak up.
I never dreamed about success. I worked for it. Hey, I'm Christina Reggie. Today I'm going to speak about motivation story about myself. I started my writing on 2021 based on my experience and feelings. When I started to write, nobody is there to encourage me. Most of them make fun of me and some of them commented I have copied from some sources like Google and other books. Even though I keep moving and appreciate myself every day to become a good writer. I started to read many books and tried to contact with other writers. I tried many apps to post my writing. I shared my writings with others for their opinion. I'm so happy and excited when my writings uploaded in the Google. It was such a beautiful moment in my life where I faced many distress, disappointment, discouragement, and so on. So I would like to conclude that every individual are unique, so you should always try your best to catch your dreams. and appreciate yourself when nobody is there to appreciate you. This will lead you to be succeed in your life. Thank you.
ஒரு பொண்ணு எனக்கு என்ன தெரியுமா? ஒரு பொண்ணால என்னெல்லாம் செய்ய முடியும்னு உனக்கு தெரியுமா? 4 செங்கல் சகத்தை கொடுத்து அதை வீடா மாத்தி கொடுப்பா. நீண்டதை வச்சு உனக்கு வயிறார சாப்பாடு கொடுப்போம். அன்பை காட்டினா உன் வாழ்க்கையே சந்தோஷமயமாக்கும். ஆண் தன்னோட காமத்தை காட்டினாலும் பெண்ணோட புனிதமான உறவுக்கு உயிர் கொடுப்பான். ஒரு பொண்ணுக்கு என்ன கொடுக்கணுமோ அது 2 மடங்கு திரும்ப கிடைக்கும். அது நல்லதும் கெட்டதும் எதுவா இருந்தாலும்.
I'm just a girl with a big dreams. I want respect. I want
Check.
attention. I want to reach somewhere in my life. Like that's the fight I'm going through every day. And I've fought for it.
Here I'm going to describe about the most inspiring women of my life. There are not only one woman that inspired me. There are many more women. I just want to take them as my role model. There are many. Like example, the first one was Velunacia and Chansey Rani. They fought for our country. They showed their braveness towards the British people. And we have to, as a woman, we have to be so brave like them. And then Lakshmi Reddy, as she became a first doctor in Tamil Nadu. So she achieved a lot. With many restrictions, she studied law. And Mother Teresa, she has served our country. She gave love towards the people. Next, there are many people like this. Kiran Bedi, Kalpana Chawla. There are many more people who inspire. We have to take them as our role model and we have to grow in our life. We should be, as a female, we should be an independent person. We should not be dependent on anyone like a father, like a brother or a husband. We should be very more independent and we have to be more successful in our life. Happy Women's Day.
Full of inspirational peoples, and everyone has a story of their own. The stories of a woman who is perfectly imperfect at life made her who and what she is today. And she made the people to realize that sometimes problems are not too big, we are too small, because we can't handle them. And in we all realize that the real happiness doesn't lie in success, money, and fame. It lies within the gratitude. Let's take a look at the Muniba Mazari's incredible life story and how she ended up getting to where she is today. Muniba Mazari, the Iron Lady of Pakistan, is an activist, anger artist, model, singer, and a motivational speaker who married an obscure Pakistani man at the age of 18 for the sake of her father's happiness. She was traveling with her husband and they got involved in a severe and unfortunate accident. Her whole body was injured and her legs were completely paralyzed for the rest of her life. In these hard times, her husband divorced her, seeing her as a disabled person. But she never gave up. Despite sitting in a wheelchair for almost 40 years, she made it to the top. She was designated as a woman Pakistani national ambassador, and she said, "We came with nothing, we will leave with nothing. It's about what we do in between. We are keen to gain, but how many of us are willing to lose? Always remember, there are no major gains without major losses." Thank you.
Strong woman knows she has strength enough for the journey, but a woman of strength knows it is in the journey where she'll become strong. I'm here to speak about Essay, one of the women Bible character who has been my inspiration and has emboldened me to face the overwhelming situations and hurdles of life with brave and courage. Esther, queen of Xerxes, talked to king, which no one dared to do, about the Haman's plot to king all the Jews by gathering all of her courage and confidence, by which she saved the entire nation of Israel. The very solitary thing that inspired me about
After an amazing career in Bollywood, she decided to take over Hollywood too. But that was not an easy path. Every star has their own individual journey. In mine, I have faced a lot. I have been kicked out of the films because of someone else was recommended to the procedure. I cried and get over it. Even though she is a former Miss World and an international star, Priyanka Chopra still hasn't escaped the tendency to be rejected for roles because of her race and skin tone. In one of her best motivational speeches, she inspired our heart and made her love and respect her even more. I would like to conclude by saying the words of Priyanka Chopra that there is only one you because there is no one like you, and don't mean the superfluous and superficial part. I'm talking about the core of you, who you are inside, your value, your beliefs, your fluids. And once you understand who really that person is, you would have taken the first step in finding your unique self. And that's the best version of you. Let your dreams fly, give them wings. Be who you want to be, the just be being fearless. Thank you.
போன்றவர்கள். அக்காலத்தில் அற்புதம் பெண்களுக்கு படிப்பதற்கென்று வீட்டில் அடைத்து வைத்தனர். ஆனால் இன்றோ மங்கையாய் பிறப்பதற்கு மாதவம் செய்திருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உலகமே பாராட்டுகின்றது. பெண் 4 பரிமாணங்களாக உருவெடுக்கிறார். மனைவியாக, தாயாக, மகளாக, சகோதரியாக உருப்பெறுகிறார். பெண்கள் எங்கும் எதிலும் எத்துறையிலும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். வீடுகளிலும் வேலை செய்யும் இடங்களிலும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். ஆணுக்கு பெண் சரிநிகர் சமானம் என்ற நிலையில் உயர்ந்து கல்வித்துறை, மருத்துவத்துறை, காவல்துறை, இராணுவம் மற்றும் விமானத்துறை என்று எவ்விடங்களும் சிறந்து விளங்குகின்றனர். எனவே பெண்களை போற்றுவோம். பெண்கள் நம்மில் பாதி என்பதை உணர்ந்து பெண்களை மதித்து வாழ்வோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம். அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மகளிர் தின நல்வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
Imagine a gender equal world, a world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a world that's diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together, we can forge women's equality. Collectively, we can all break the bias, celebrate women's achievement, raise awareness against bias, take action for equality. International Women's Day is all about feeling self-worth and achieving the goals as per the potential. Besides that, women should gather the courage to cross all the hurdles in all the spheres of life to make a tremendous improvement. It is a general myth in the society that women-related issues are not a big deal. Many people believe that the gender gap does not really exist in the society, and efforts by individuals are not enough and cannot bring any change to the gender. Women's Day is all about making the society realize that each individual has to work in a different way and changing society towards a better future. So, a happy Women's Day to all the incredible women. Shine on, not just today, but every day. Happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Our program is just about to start. Kindly take your seats.
First of all, I wish a happy Women's Day to all beautiful and courageous women. It's a day.
Good evening, everyone. Before we start the program, may I request the following dignitaries to come to the dais? Chief Hospital Administrator, Dr. Anuradha Bhaskar, please come to the dais. Dr. Kundavi Shankar. Honorary Treasurer, Mr. E.J. Thomas. And a dynamic chief guest for the evening, Dr. Vijay Rani. Can we have a round of applause, please? Let us all rise for the Tamil Thaivartha. Kindly be seated. Indeed, no struggle can ever succeed without women participating side by side with men. International Women's Day, which has existed for more than 100 years, was the product of an era marked by rapid change and upheaval in the industrialized world. As the planet's population grew and the demand for labor increased, and as new ideologies took shape, women were thrust into a brave new world and confronted with a host of challenges. Being a woman is a terribly difficult task since it consists principally in dealing with men, said Joseph Conrad. Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening to everyone assembled here. I am Dina George and truly privileged to host the International Women's Day event held here today. Man is made by his belief. As he believes, so he is. To start today's program, I call upon Reverend Father Joe Thomas, Chaplain, the Madras Medical Mission, for the Lord's Prayer.
Let us all stand for the word of prayer. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we are thanking you for giving a wonderful opportunity to get together. Oh God, you have created us in your image and likeness. We impart your imprints in us, oh God. You're loving us so much. That's why you sent your only begotten Son to this world for the redemption of our sins. O God, our Savior Jesus Christ said and shows that there is no discrimination in the kingdom of God. It is due to the fall of men, many discriminations, violences, and atrocities that happen in the world. As we are celebrating the Women's Day, we are praying for all the women in this world. We are especially praying for all the women who are suffering from various atrocities, various pains, and various gender issues, gender bias, and gender discriminations. Oh God, remove all this type of discrimination and injustice from this world. Oh God, We are once again praying for all the women and children who are suffering due to the war in Ukraine. Oh God, once again we are thanking you for giving a wonderful opportunity to get together. We are praying for this event, for all our dignified guests, for all those who are gathered here, especially the hospital administrators, doctors, nurses, and all the hospital staff and others who have gathered here. Make this event a wonderful and memorable. As we ascribe glory to you and your only begotten Son and the Holy Spirit, now and always, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you, Achin. Kindly be seated. I learned very early in life that without a prayer song, an event would rarely start. A prayer song by our nightingales.
Charm is deceptive and beauty is fleeting, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Give her the reward she has earned, and let her works bring her praise at the city gate. Happy Women's Day to all the cheerful, strong, compassionate, beautiful, unique, powerful, ambitious women who wear confidence as their armor.
God be the glory, great things He has done. So loved He the world that He gave us His Son, who yielded His life and atonement for sin, and opened the life gate that all may go in. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the earth hear His voice. Praise the Lord, let the people rejoice. Oh, come to the Father through Jesus the Son, and give Him the glory, great things He has done. Great things He has taught us, great things He has done, and greater rejoicing through Jesus the Son. But purer and higher and greater will be our wonder of worship when Jesus we see. Praise the Lord, let the earth hear His voice. Praise the Lord, let the people rejoice. Oh, come to the Father through Jesus the Son, and give Him the glory, great things He has done.
All praise and glory to God. I would say, thank you, Lord, for this wonderful singers amidst us. That was a wonderful rendition. To formally start our program, I now invite Ms. Ranjita Anderson, our Chief Nursing Officer, to welcome the gathering.
The scripture states, Psalms 139:14, I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Happy Women's Day for all wonderfully made women. A heartwarming good evening to one and all gathered here, respected dignitaries on the dais, and my dear friends. We all have gathered to celebrate Women's Day. Every celebration that we celebrate is to bring people together with one heart and soul and share the joy of oneness. To add light and color to this event, we have our chief guest, Dr. J. Vijayarani, IAS District Collector, Chennai. Ma'am is a great leader and a good administrator. She is an instrument in starting and setting up of many social welfare services in Chennai. She is well known to her charisma and enthusiasm, and she strongly attempts to take the women empowerment forward. We are fortunate to have you here, ma'am, with us. We welcome you, ma'am. I'm happy to welcome our Honorable Treasurer, Mr. John Thomas, for your presence and your gracious occasion for us, Lord. Sir, thank you, sir. I deem it my pleasure to welcome you, sir. I deem it my pleasure to welcome our Chief Hospital Administrator, Dr. Anuradha Bhaskaran. In our challenging organization, Madam with her strategic planning implements various best standards to practice in. We admire you, ma'am. You're an admirable woman. We welcome you, madam. I take this opportunity to welcome a strong personality, our DGM, Ms. Susma E. We welcome you too. I also welcome. Sorry. There is a quote in Bible on birth of a baby, Romans 8:18, states that the pain you are now feeling can't be compared with the joy that's coming. Here we have a joyful and beautiful lady, Dr. Kundavi Shankar, head of IRM, the doctor who helps those in pain feel their joy of bringing life into this world. We welcome you, ma'am. I would like to welcome all the board of directors, a medical superintendent, doctors and HODs, staffs and students of Madras Medical Mission. As a women leader, I would like to speak few words on this Women's Day. Please tolerate with me. It's a beautiful day which is repeatedly quoting a women. I believe as a women, you all will go with me stating our world to be. Stop congratulating a woman for being secret behind a successful man. Just start with saluting them for their being successful. Stop saying, mother, you sacrificed your life to me. Try to reduce our sacrifices. Stop telling women they are beautiful. Try telling them it's not important to be beautiful. Stop justifying her necessarily to multitask. Give her a chance not to do. Stop this constraint, which is aimed at making her strive for an impossible balance. Let her be an inadequate and happy too. Accept her unconditionally. So we are here to celebrate the Women's Day. I hope our Madras Medical Mission, having a maximum women population, this program is only for you and for us to sit back and enrich the day. Happy Women's Day. Sit back and enjoy. Thank you.
That was our Chief Nursing Officer. Thank you, ma'am. A ray of light is a ray of hope. Let's all leave the darkness and step towards the bright path. We have the lamp lighting now. I request the dignitaries to come forward to light the lamp. Thank you, dignitaries on the dais. The theme for International Women's Day 2022 is Break the Bias. I invite Dr. Kundavi Shankar, Head of the Department, Institute of Reproductive Medicine, for the inaugural address.
Good evening. I feel so privileged to render the inaugural address before this beautiful gathering. International Women's Day is a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. The day also marks a call to action for accelerating gender parity. The International Women's Day theme for this year highlights the need to challenge the biases and misconceptions to create a more inclusive and gender equal world. The category women elicits more warm feelings from category men. This has been described by social psychologists as a women are wonderful effect. Many individual women embrace and find protection in the warm feelings people tend to have for women. However, on further examination, we find that most women do not benefit from the women are wonderful effect because it is relevant to the most traditional women who adhere to strict gender roles like homemakers. Most women today do not conform to traditional gender roles. They are working women, women leaders, athletes, feminists, soldiers, and more. And people's views of non-traditional women are not always positive. Have you ever heard of women being referred to as a working woman? I'm sure the answer is yes. But how often do you hear men refer to a working dad? We see a difference here, a bias. So what do I mean by bias? It can be anything from a man never accepting a female's ideas because she is a woman, undervaluing an individual because of her age, disregarding any advice, comments, or opinions from particular groups, always assuming that someone will behave only in a particular way, accusing women of being bossy when the same statement from a man is considered speaking like a leader, accusing women of being over-emotional when they have been assertive to cut them down. These are only very few. The fact is that we all have unconscious bias in our decision making every day. Individually, we are all responsible for our own thoughts and actions all day and every day. We are all fed stereotypes, and this impacts on the decisions we make, whether they are everyday or important choices. We're unable to change the way other people behave, but if we are able to consciously break our biases and lead by example, we can break the bias in our communities, our workplace, our schools and colleges, and universities. However, having a more open mind and including more diverse world benefits everyone. Gender equality focuses on the benefits for women, but gender equality can be bad for men too. Men living in more gender equal communities experience improved health and well-being and lower levels of violence. And as societies become more equal, the women as wonderful effect fades away. And men as a group become most positively perceived overall. So yes, women are wonderful. And in more egalitarian society, men are wonderful too. Together we can forget women's equality. If we demonstrate the power and value of more diverse opinions and experiences, it leads to be more powerful decision making. In doing this, the world will be in a better place, making more informed, valuable decisions and celebrating the best talent. Quoting King Martin Luther, who said, "If I cannot do great things, I can do small things in a great way." Here I would say being a woman should be your supreme achievement and not your deepest fear. Celebrate womanhood, fuel yourself with self-confidence, and let that fuel empower you to soar towards your dreams. In this way, let's stay inspired and inspire more people to make or keep making the change and be able to challenge the bias when they experience it, so that together we can march towards a more diverse, equitable and inclusive world where difference is celebrated and admired. மங்கையராய் பிறப்பதற்கு நல்ல மாதவம் செய்திடல் வேண்டும் அம்மாம். நிமிர்ந்த நன்னடை நேர்கொண்ட பார்வையும் உள்ள சிங்கப்பெண்ணே, உன்னால் ஆனினமே உன்னை வணங்குமே. ஒரே ஒரு முறை மட்டும் நீ தலைகுனிய வேண்டும். எப்போது என்றால் உன்னுடைய சிங்க முகத்தை அவன் பார்ப்பதற்கு ஒரு முறை மட்டுமே தலைகுனிய வேண்டும். பெண்ணே, டெஃபினட்டா உன்னால் முடியும், நம்மால் முடியும். And let's break the bias. Thank you.
When there is no bias, men are more positive, and so would be the society. Thank you, ma'am. Your message has it all. A woman with a voice is, by definition, a strong woman, said Melinda Gates. Let us sit back as it is time for the presidential address by Dr. Anuradha Bhaskaran, Chief Hospital Administrator, the Madras Medical Mission.
Thou shalt also be a crown of glory in the hand of the Lord, and a royal diadem in the hand of thy God. Isaiah 62:3. A very good evening and happy International Women's Day. Chief guest, Dr. J. Vijaya Rani, IAS District Collector, Chennai, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear friends. It gives me immense pleasure to participate in this grand celebration today to mark the International Women's Day 2022 at the Madras Medical Mission. As we are a leading healthcare institution, it is my due responsibility to emphasize the importance of overall health and well-being of women in the society. Health is an important factor, not only contributes to human well-being, but also aids in economic growth globally. What's more important is that women's health concerns are numerous and influenced by various factors like gender disparities, early marriage, domestic violence, sexual abuse, malnutrition, poverty, illiteracy, and access to quality health care, which pose a great concern today. We see so much of this all around us and also in the real life. Girls are married off as soon as the legal age is reached and are expected to expand the family immediately at an age when she herself is a child. For the lucky few, it would mean happiness and health. For the majority, it would be the beginning of self-sacrifice, financial dependency, and a whole world of health to look to. Women form an important pillar of society as they are the caretakers in every country of the world. But still, they suffer more and have poorer health outcomes around the world, with repercussions not only for women, but also their families. Poor health and social status affects millions of women and adolescent girls around the world, making accessibility and affordability of healthcare services a challenge even in this 21st century. Women are generally vulnerable to poor nutrition in all phases of life, impacting their own growth and development, and are more likely to have babies with low birth weight. Gender-based discrimination, preference for a son, along with other social pathologies like the dowry system, early marriage, often results in mistreatment and abuse of women, which eventually leads to a negative impact on her overall health. Non-communicable diseases contribute to 70% of deaths worldwide. Success in prevention and control depends on attention to gender roles. So, how do we relate this to gender? Non-communicable diseases, as they are called, are a group of diseases that include cardiovascular diseases, cancer, chronic respiratory diseases, and diabetes. Globally, around 800 women die every day of preventable causes related to pregnancy and childbirth, and 20% of these women are from India. India's anemic burden among women is widespread, with 53.1% of non-pregnant women and 50.3% of pregnant women being anemic as per the National Family Health Survey 4 in 2016, where India carries the highest burden of anemia, despite having various programs and policies for the past 50 years since the launch of the National Nutrition Anemia Prophylaxis Program in 1970. Reproductive rights are the least discussed aspect of women's health. Providing easy access to safe abortion service is still a challenge today, where it accounts for 14% of all maternal deaths globally. Awareness regarding contraception and catering to the unmet needs of the family planning also needs attention to improve the quality of health. setting up accountability for providing high care quality services to women is another critical dimension of women's rights. The mental conditioning by society has led to women having a very high threshold of patience and silence. Women seeking healthcare in remote areas often stumble upon the poor quality of services being provided, where facing mistreatment and abuse during pregnancy and childbirth is a major trouble. Providing employment opportunities for women will also create a positive impact on women's health concerns. Female healthcare providers can also play an important role in educating society to recognize their health and nutrition needs as well. And empowering women at all levels would help to serve as productive members of society and develop healthy generations to come. Despite taking necessary action to improve health indicators and providing health care for all, the government must also focus on the implementation and execution at all levels. Achieving sustainable health through investment and priority-driven approach in strengthening and expanding healthcare services and creating awareness on women's rights will effectuate in achieving a universal health coverage. A few gender-focused opportunities to address non-communicable diseases. Pro-poor and gender-sensitive health policies such as lower premiums for women insurance, better access to wellness schemes, and primary care for women. Use of primary health care for NCD prevention and control, involving NCD screening, management, treatment, and education, and for detecting vulnerability of risk factors. Investment in girls, women, and their health as their powerful and influential partners in the universal fight against non-communicable diseases and the adoption of a healthy lifestyle. Research has shown that when mothers are able to control their finances and resources, they allocate more to nutrition, health, and education. Let's all understand and contribute to improve women's health around us and insist on periodic wellness packages to keep our mothers, sisters, aunts, and most importantly, ourselves in the pink of health. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for throwing light on women welfare. Be strong enough to stand alone, smart enough to know when you need help, and brave enough to ask for it. I think the best role models for women are people who are fruitfully and confidently themselves, who bring light into the world. I invite DGM Operations, Ms. Sushma, to introduce our dynamic chief guest.
Good evening, everyone. It's a great honor for me to introduce and welcome our chief guest for the beautiful evening. Dr. J. Vijay Rani, IAS, belongs to the batch of 2013. She has completed her MSc in chemistry from Tiruchi Holy College, Bharatiya Desan University, B.Ed from Karekodi Alagappa University, MSc in psychology from Madras University, and a PhD in psychology is from Bharatiya University. Dr. Vijay Rani has taken many assignments in Chennai and worked on various departments. State Nodal Training Institute as a project director, Revenue Land Department as a joint commissioner, Agriculture Department as an additional director, and a managing director of Tamil Nadu Adi Drivedar Housing Department Corporation. She also worked in Vellore and Theni. Her joy stays hidden in books when she lets her thoughts wild run. Yes, she has written a lot of poems and have received National Library Department Award for the Best Poet in 2019. Dr. Vijay Rani has been a member of Human Library in Government College of Technology, Coimbatore. Her passion doesn't stop there. She also has 2 Tamil literary books to her credit. With these few words, I take pride in presenting you Dr. J. Vijay Rani, IAS District Collector of Chennai. I now invite Dr. Vijay Rani, IAS, to address the gathering.
Good evening to all of you. I first request you to excuse me for my delay because our collectors conference is scheduled day after tomorrow. I have given this date a week back and we got communication only recently. So I was hectically held up in reporting for that. And I wanted to clarify here, when Marina has come and invited me, I asked her whether I have to talk in English or everybody will be comfortable with Tamil. She said that, no, ma'am, Tamil is enough. But I don't know whether you will understand if I talk in Tamil. Is it okay for you? Okay. Otherwise, நான் தமிழ்ல என்ன போட்டு வச்சனோ அதை இங்கிலீஷ்ல உங்களுக்கு சொல்லணும். அது நல்லாதான் இருக்கும். Then என்ன பேசுறதுன்னு தெரியல, because this is a different crowd for me. பொதுவா நிறைய ஸ்கூல்ஸ்ல பேசியிருக்கோம், நிறைய காலேஜஸ் பேசியிருக்கோம், even public we have addressed. And this doctors crowd is a different crowd, and this hospital is different. I have not taken any qualification in medicine. So already இங்க இருக்கிறவங்க எல்லாம் சாதிச்சவங்க தான். அதுவும் அவங்கள்ட்ட கேட்டேன், ஏதாவது காமன் crowd அட்ரஸ் பண்றது, மோட்டிவேட் பண்றது விமென்ஸ் டேக்குனா நல்லா இருக்கும். இவங்கெல்லாம் ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு செட்டில் ஆனவங்க, இவங்களுக்கு என்ன பெருசா மோட்டிவேட் பண்ண சொல்றீங்க அப்படின்னு. அதுக்கு she asked me where I cannot deny, madam ஒரு 5 minutes சும்மா வந்துட்டு ஒரு குத்து விளக்கு ஏத்திட்டு just ஒரு 2 minutes உட்காந்துட்டு போயிடுங்கன்னு. So only now I asked, என்ன பேச சொல்றீங்களா அப்படின்னு கேட்டேன். Then அவங்க சொன்னாங்க, ஆமா மேடம், with pleasure you should definitely talk. Okay, whether it is interesting or not, please bear with me. I will share what I have the thoughts about this tribulum and about women. அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கங்கள். மனித உணர்வுகளையும் உளவியலையும் படிப்பதை சைக்காலஜின்னு சொல்றோம். சைக்காலஜி அது whether it is art subject or science subject அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு பெரிய விவாதம் நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்கு. கல்வியாளர்கள் மத்தியில ஒரு பெரிய விவாதம் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. ஏன் அப்படின்னா, சயின்ஸ்குள்ள அதை ஃபிட் பண்ணணும்னா, பொதுவா ஒரு சப்ஜெக்டை நம்ம சயின்ஸ் சப்ஜெக்ட் குள்ள ஃபிட் பண்ணணும்னா அது என்ன செய்யணும்னா, ஆய்வகத்தின் பகுப்பாய்வுக்கு உட்பட்டு அதோட ரிப்போர்ட்ஸ் டாலி ஆகணும். அது எப்ப பண்ணினாலும் அதே ரிப்போர்ட்ஸ் தான் வரணும். கொஞ்சம் மைனர் வேரியேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கலாம், பட் டிராஸ்டிக் சேஞ்சஸ் இருக்காது. ஆனா இந்த மனித உணர்வுகள் உளவியல் பற்றி படிக்கும் பொழுது சயின்ஸ்ன்னு பெரும்பாதியான ஆட்கள் அதை ஸ்ட்ரீம்லைன் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிறாங்க, ஆர்ட்ஸ்ன்னு ஒரு பகுதி அதை பிரிச்சு வச்சிருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த டிபேட் உளவியலுக்கு மட்டும் ஏன் வருதுன்னா, மனித உணர்வுகள் வரையறைக்கு உட்படாதவை. We cannot define human emotions on a certain way. That is the thing. அது மாறுதலுக்கு உட்பட்டுட்டே இருக்கும். அதை நம்ம நிர்மாணிச்சு சொல்ல முடியாது. அந்த மனித உணர்வுகள் என்ன செய்யும்னா, ஒரு நேரம் ரொம்ப கோபமா இருப்பாங்க, இவங்க ரொம்ப கோவக்காரங்கன்னு நம்ம அவங்கள ஸ்டாம்ப் பண்ணிடுவோம். அப்புறம் பார்த்தாக்கா அவங்க ரொம்ப கைண்டா இருப்பாங்க. நம்ம அசஸ் பண்ணது தப்பான்னு தெரியாது, எந்த ஆய்வகத்திலையும் அந்த உணர்வுகளை உட்படுத்தி பரிசோதிக்கவும் முடியாது. அடுத்தது ரொம்ப கைண்டா இருப்பாங்க, சிரிச்சுட்டே இருப்பாங்க. திடீர்னு ஒரு நாள் பாத்தீங்கன்னா பயங்கரமா கோவப்படுவாங்க. நம்ம சிரிச்சுட்டே இருந்தாங்களே, ரொம்ப கைண்டா இருந்தாங்களேன்னு நம்ம இவ்வளவு ஜாலியா நம்ம பேசிட்டு இருந்தோம், திடீர்னு இவ்வளவு கோவப்படுறாங்களே அப்படின்னு தோணும். அடுத்து ரொம்ப கொடூரமானவங்க கூட பாத்தீங்கன்னா, ஹிட்லர் எல்லாருமே ரொம்ப கொடூரமானவர்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. பட் அவருக்கும் ஒரு காதலி இருந்தாங்க, ஈவா பிரவுன்னு. அவங்க மேல நிறைய நேசிச்சாங்க. அவருக்காக அவங்க உயிரையும் கூட விடுறதுக்கு துணிஞ்சாங்க. அப்படின்னும் போது இந்த ஹியூமன் எமோஷன்ஸ் அண்ட் மனிதர்களோட வாழ்க்கை ஹியூமன் எமோஷன்ஸ்குள்ள கட்டுப்பட்டதுதான். இந்த எமோஷன்ஸ நம்ம ஏன் வேற எந்த பார்ட்டோட, உடம்போட வேற எந்த பார்ட்டோடையும் சேர்க்கறது இல்ல? ரொம்ப கோபப்படாத ஹார்ட் அட்டாக் வந்துரும்னு சொல்றோம், ரொம்ப கோபப்படாத உடம்புக்கு நல்லது இல்ல, மூளை கெட்டு போயிடும் அப்படி சொல்றது இல்ல. அப்புறம் இந்த உணர்வுகள் எல்லாமே உனக்கு இரக்கமே இல்லையா, உனக்கு இதயம் இருக்கான்னு கேக்குறோம் இல்லையா? சோ இந்த மனித உணர்வுகளை கட்டுப்படுத்தி ஆட்டி வச்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கிற அந்த இதயத்தை கட்டுப்பாட்டுக்குள்ள வச்சுக்கிட்டு அதுக்குள்ள உள்ள எல்லாத்தையும் துடிப்புகளையும் உங்க கட்டுப்பாட்டுல வச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறீங்க. எனக்கு ரொம்ப நாளா யாராவது ஒரு கார்டியாலஜிஸ்ட பார்த்து கேட்கணும்னு ஆசை. இந்த இரக்கம், ஈரம், இந்த காதல், கோபம் இதெல்லாம் ஹார்ட்டோட எந்த பார்ட்ல இருக்கு? நீங்க அதை கட் பண்ணி உள்ள தைக்கும் போது ஏதாவது கலர் டிஃபரன்சஸ் தெரியுதா அப்படின்னு. மேபி மை கொஸ்டின் வில் பி வெரி பிரிமிட்டிவ், பட் ஸ்டில் இட் இஸ் தேர். அப்படி இருக்கான்ட்டு கேட்போம். எனிஹவ், நீங்க இந்த இதயங்கள், நிறைய இதயங்களை பாதுகாத்து கொடுத்திருக்கிறீங்க, சீர்படுத்தி கொடுத்திருக்கிறீங்க. ஐ நோ அபவுட் திஸ் டிவ்லம். ஈவன் மை மதர் அண்டர்வென்ட் சர்ஜரி ஹியர் ஒன்லி. ஒரு 5 இயர்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி இதே லாபியில நானும் உட்கார்ந்து இருந்துட்டு இருந்திருக்கேன். So it is happy to address here today. இங்க இருக்கும் இந்த இதயம் சார்ந்த பணியில் உள்ள இந்த மருத்துவ பணியில் கோலோச்சி கொண்டிருக்கும் அனைத்து ஆண் மருத்துவ பணியாளர்களுக்கும் என் முதற்கண் வணக்கங்கள். அதோடு எங்க இருக்கும் ஆண் செவிலியர்கள், ஆண் பிரிச்சு சொல்றேன், ஆண் செவிலியர்கள், ஆண் டெக்னீஷியன்ஸ், ஆண்களா இருக்கும் அனைத்து நிலை பணியாளர்களுக்கும் என் முதற்கண் வணக்கங்கள். அதன் பின் இறைவன் படைப்பிலேயே மிகவும் வலிமையான படைப்பு. ஏன் தெரியுமா? முந்தைய நாளின் துயரம், துன்பம், வேதனை, வலி, அழுகை அத்தனையையும் அப்படியே விட்டுவிட்டு அடுத்த நாள் காலையில் வந்தவுடன் சிரித்து கொண்டே தன் பணியை துவங்குகிறாளே பெண். அதனால் இறைவன் படைப்பிலேயே வலிமையானவள் அவள். அடுத்ததாய், தான் நொறுங்கி உடைந்து போகையில் இந்த உலகில் உள்ள அனைத்து பொருட்களுக்குமே, அனைத்து உயிரினங்களுக்குமே அதை சரி செய்து உயிர்ப்பிக்க ஒரு ஆள் தேவைப்படுகிறது. பெண்களுக்கு அது தேவையில்லை. தான் உடைந்து போவதை தானே சீர் செய்து கொள்ளும் பெண்ணை விட வலிமையான பொருள் இந்த உலகத்தில் வேறு எதுவுமே இல்லை. அப்படி வலிமையான பெண்கள், அறிவான பெண்கள், அழகான பெண்கள். அழகுன்னா பெண்ணுதான், ஆண்கள் கோவிச்சுக்காதீங்க, நீங்களும் அழகுதான், நீங்களும் அழகுதான், அழகான பேரழகான பெண்கள் உள்ள இந்த சபையை மீண்டும் வணங்குகிறேன், வாழ்த்துகிறேன். அடுத்ததாக பெண்கள் கேட்கலாம், நாங்க 17 வயதிலேயே வாழ்க்கையில ஜெயிக்கிறது என்னன்னு கஷ்டப்பட்டுட்டோம். அப்பவே ஆரம்பிச்சோம், 17 வயசுல ஆரம்பிச்சு 18 வயசுல +2 படிச்சு அதுக்கப்புறம் 5 வருஷம் பயிற்சி எடுத்துக்கிட்டு இப்ப மருத்துவரா தானே நாங்க பணியாற்றிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இப்ப எதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு மோட்டிவேஷன் தேவையில்லை இல்லையா? வேணுமா? ஜெயித்து கொண்டிருப்பது என்பது ஜெயித்து விட்டதாக கடந்த காலத்தில் அடங்கி விடுவதில்லை. ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் ஜெயித்து கொண்டே இருக்க வேண்டும். வெற்றி என்பது எட்டர்னல் சப்ஜெக்ட். வாழ்க்கையின் இறுதி நாள் வரை ஜெயித்து கொண்டே இருக்க வேண்டும். ஒவ்வொரு தருணமும் ஜெயித்து கொண்டே இருக்க வேண்டும். ஒவ்வொரு தருணமும் நமக்கு சவாலான தருணம். எந்த தருணத்துக்குள் நம்மை வெளிப்படுத்தும், நம்மை அங்கீகரிக்கும் நிலை உருவாகும் என்று தெரியாது. நமக்கு தேவையில்லைன்னு ஒரு தருணத்தை விட்டுருவோம். அந்த தருணத்தில் நாம நம்மளை வெளிப்படுத்தி இருந்தால் மிகப்பெரிய அங்கீகாரம் நமக்கு கிடைத்திருக்கும். அதனால் டைம் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்ங்கிறது நமக்கு ரொம்ப முக்கியம். இவ்வளவு கஷ்டப்பட்டு இந்த நிலையை அடைஞ்ச பின்னாடியும் நம்ம என்ன செய்யக்கூடாது? காம்ப்ரமைஸ் பண்ணிக்க கூடாது. டைமை மேனேஜ் பண்ணிக்கணும். முதல் காரணி ஒரு பெண் வெற்றியாளராக மாறுவதற்குண்டான முதல் படிநிலை டைம் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் தெரியணும். குடும்பத்தை எப்படி பிரிச்சு பார்க்கணும், தன் பணியை எப்படி பிரிச்சு பார்க்கணும், குடும்பத்துக்கு எந்த காலகட்டத்தை ஒதுக்கணும், தன் பணிக்கு எந்த காலகட்டத்தை ஒதுக்கணும், ரெண்டையும் ஒன்று சேர்த்து குழப்பி சிக்கலாக்கி விடக்கூடாது என்பதை புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். பணிக்கான பொழுதுகளில் குடும்பத்துக்கான சூழல்கள் இடையூறு செய்து விடாமல் பார்த்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். இது முதல் நிலை. சரி, பணிக்கான காலநிலையை ஷெட்யூல் பண்ணிக்கிட்டாச்சு. அடுத்து என்ன செய்யணும்? அந்த நாள், இப்ப நாளைக்கான பணியை நம்ம ஷெட்யூல் பண்றோம்னா, ஜஸ்ட் ஐ எம் ஷேரிங், நான் கத்துக்கிட்டது, நான் பார்த்தது, எனக்கு மூத்த பெண் பணியாளர்களிடமிருந்து நான் டெரைவ் பண்ணிக்கிட்டதை உங்களோட ஷேர் பண்றேன். இட் இஸ் நாட் ஜஸ்ட் மோட்டிவேட்டிங், இட் இஸ் ஜஸ்ட் ஷேரிங் ஆஃப் மை எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ். அடுத்ததாக, நாளைக்கு ஒரு 8 மணி நேரம் நமது பணிக்காக நாம் செலவிட போகிறோம் என்றால் நாளைக்கான ப்ரையாரிட்டிஸ் என்னங்கிறத முதல்ல லிஸ்ட் பண்ணிக்கணும். நாளைக்கு எதை ப்ரையாரிட்டைஸ் பண்ணினோம்னா நாளைக்கான சூழல் மிகவும் சுமூகமானதாகவும், நாளைக்கான சூழல் மிகவும் திருப்தியாகவும், நாளைக்கான சூழல் நமக்கு வெற்றியை தருவதாகவும், நாளைக்கான சூழல் நம்மை அங்கீகரிப்பதாகவும் இருக்கும் என்பதை முந்தைய நாளே நாம் என்ன செய்து வேண்டும்? திட்டமிட்டு கொள்ள வேண்டும். 10 நாளைக்கு அப்புறம் ஒரு செயலை செய்ய வேணும்னா அதை நாளைக்காக நாம திட்டமிடக்கூடாது. அதை வந்து என்ன செய்யணும், அதான் ப்ரையாரிட்டி பண்ணுங்க உங்களோட ஷெட்யூல்னு சொல்றேன் நான். நாளைக்கான விஷயத்த நாளைக்கு எது தேவையோ அதை செய்துக்கணும். அடுத்தது நாளைக்கான விஷயத்தை செய்துக்கும் பொழுது உள்ள வந்து என்ன செய்வோம், 1 மணி நேரத்துக்கு இந்த ஒர்க்கு, 2 மணி நேரத்துக்கு இந்த ஒர்க்கு, 3 மணி நேரத்துக்கு இந்த ஒர்க்கு அப்படின்னு பிரிச்சு வைப்போம். அப்படி பிரிச்சு வைக்கிறதுல 1 மணி நேரத்துக்குள்ள செய்ய வேண்டிய வேலையை 1 மணி நேரத்துக்குள்ள செய்யற மாதிரி அதை டிசைன் பண்ணிக்கணும். ரொம்ப அழகா புத்திசாலித்தனமா 1 மணி நேரத்துக்குள்ள இந்த வேலையை நான் செய்ய போறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதை யூ ஷுட் நாட் ஸ்டார்ட் ஃப்ரம் ஏ. அதுல வந்து முன்னாடியே பாதி வேலையை செஞ்சு வச்சிருப்பீங்க, அதை வந்து பிரிச்சு எடுத்துக்கிட்டு அந்த 1 மணி நேரத்துல ப்ரையாரிட்டி பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிறதுல நாளைக்கு என்ன பிரசன்ட் பண்ணணுமோ, நாளைக்கு என்ன தேவையோ அதை மட்டும் பிரித்து கொண்டு அந்த மணி நேரத்துக்குள் அடங்குவதாக அதை மாற்றிக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். அடுத்ததாக அந்த ப்ரோக்ராமோட செக்மெண்ட்ஸ் சொல்லுவோம். ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம்ங்கிறது ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம நடத்தணும் அப்படின்னா இதை ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்றவங்க ஒருத்தரா இருப்பாங்க. அந்த மொத்த வேலையும் நானே செஞ்சுக்கணும்னு அவங்க நினைக்க கூடாது. அந்த ப்ரோக்ராம்ல வந்து என்ன பண்ணணும், சின்ன சின்னதா பிரிக்கணும். பிரிச்சுக்கிட்டு அதுல யாரு எஃபிஷியன்ட் பர்சனோ அவங்க கிட்ட அதை பிரிச்சு கொடுத்துடணும். கொடுத்துட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் அதுல முக்கியமா என்னால் மட்டுமே எது செய்ய முடியுமோ அதை நான் எடுத்துக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். அடுத்ததாக இந்த செக்மெண்டைசிங் பண்றதுல மிக முக்கியமா நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்க வேண்டியது என்னன்னா, எந்த வேலையை யாருக்கிட்ட கொடுக்கணும். சில பேர் வந்து நிறைய அதுக்காக வந்து படிச்சுட்டு வந்திருப்பாங்க. நிறைய அதுல வந்து ஒரு ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராமிங்ல வந்து அவங்க வந்து டாக்டரேட் கூட பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. ஆனால் அதில் அனுபவப்பட்ட ஒருத்தரால் அதை அவரை விட சிறப்பாக செய்ய முடியும். அவங்க கிட்ட அதை ஒப்படைக்கும் பொழுது நமக்கு ஒரு கம்ஃபர்ட் ஜோன்ல நாம இருப்போம். சோ என்ன செய்யணும், ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராமிங் பண்ணும் பொழுது யார் ரைட் பர்சனோ அவங்கள கூப்பிட்டு அவங்க கிட்ட அதை வந்து அலோகேட் பண்ணணும். அடுத்ததாக நம்ம கிட்ட எந்த ஒர்க்கை நம்ம செஞ்சோம்னாலும் ஒரு கோ குரூப்போட சேர்ந்துதான் செய்வோம். அப்படி ஒரு கோ குரூப்போட செய்யும் பொழுது அந்த கோ குரூப்போட அன்னைய மைண்ட் செட்டை வந்து என்ன செஞ்சுக்கணும், அசஸ் பண்ணிக்கணும். பிகினிங்ல அந்த வேலையை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு 5 மினிட்ஸ் அன்னைக்கு அவங்களோட வீட்டுல ஏதாவது டிராஜடியா இருக்கும், அந்த டிராஜடி நடந்திருக்கும், அதுல இருந்து அவரால் வெளிவர முடியாம இருக்கும். இதை வந்து இம்பாசிபிள் சிச்சுவேஷன், இத வந்து பர்மிஷன் கேட்க முடியாமையோ எக்ஸ்கியூஸ் கேட்க முடியாமையோ அந்த இடத்துக்கு வந்திருப்பாரு. அப்ப என்ன ஆயிடும்னா அவரால் நீங்க எதிர்பார்த்த அவுட்புட்டை கொடுக்க முடியாம போயிடும். அது வந்து உங்களோட ஃபெயிலியர்ல ரிஃப்ளெக்ட் பண்ணும். அப்ப என்ன செய்யணும்னா அந்த ப்ரோக்ராம ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி யூ ஹேவ் டு டிஸ்கஸ் வித் தெம் அண்ட் ஃபைண்ட் அவுட் வெதர் த பர்சன் ஹூ இஸ் கோயிங் டு பெர்ஃபார்ம் தட் ஒர்க் இஸ் இன் அப்ரோப்ரியேட் மைண்ட் செட் ஆர் நாட். இதை புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். அதுக்கு அடுத்தது டைம் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்ல ரொம்ப முக்கியமான விஷயம், விமன் வந்து டூயல் ரோல் பிளே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். நமக்கு வந்து வீட்லயும் ஒரு ரோல் இருக்கு, இங்க நம்ம பணி செய்யற இடத்துலயும் ஒரு ரோல் இருக்கு. ரெண்டையும் எப்பவுமே பேலன்ஸ் பண்ணி கொண்டு போகணும். பேலன்ஸ் எவ்வளவு பேலன்ஸ் பண்ணி நம்ம கொண்டு போறோமோ ஒன்னோட ஒண்ணு வந்து மிங்கிளாக விடக்கூடாது. வீட்டோட ஷெட்யூலை வந்து வீட்டோட வச்சுக்கணும், ஆபீஸோட ஷெட்யூலை ஆபீஸோட வச்சுக்கணும். இல்லைன்னா உங்களோட ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் அதிகமாயிட்டு போகும். வீட்டுல இருந்து கிளம்பும் போதே வீட்டுக்கான வேலைகளை வந்து சரி பண்ணி வச்சுட்டு வந்துடணும். ஆபீஸ்க்கு வந்தோடனே ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் வந்தோடனே உங்களுக்கான ஒரு இதுன்றதுனால இங்க வந்து நீங்க ஷெட்யூல் பண்ணிக்கணும். இப்படி வந்து திட்டமிட்டு உங்கள் காலத்தை செலவிடுவதன் மூலமும் திட்டமிட்டு உங்கள் செயல்களை நீங்கள் செம்மைப்படுத்திக் கொள்வதன் மூலமும் அன்னெசரியான ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ல இருந்து நீங்க விடுபட முடியும். தினமும் உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கப்படும் தருணங்களை நீங்கள் செம்மையாக பயன்படுத்தி கொள்ள முடியும். தினமும் உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கிற மொமெண்ட்ஸ் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் லைஃப்ல. சில நேரங்கள்ல நம்மளையே அறியாம ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்டான மொமெண்ட்டை வந்து கிராஸ் பண்ணி வந்திருப்போம். அதை நம்ம திரும்பி பார்த்தா நம்ம லைஃப்ல நடந்திருக்கும், நமக்கே புரியும். ஆனா அன்னைக்கு வந்து அந்த சான்ஸை மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டோமே, அந்த சான்ஸை நம்ம வந்து யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணி இருந்தாக்க நம்மளோட ஸ்கில்லுக்கும் நாலேஜுக்கும் கரெக்டா அந்த சான்ஸ் வந்து நமக்கு ஃபிட் ஆச்சு, பட் நம்ம அதை மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டோம் அப்படின்னு எல்லாருக்குமே சில வந்து மிஸ் பண்ணின தருணங்கள்லாம் இருக்கும். சோ எப்பவுமே லைஃப்ல என்ன செய்யணும், எந்த சான்ஸ் கொடுத்தாலும் எந்த அந்த மொமெண்ட்டை வந்து மிஸ் பண்ணாம வந்து நம்ம முழுமையா அதுக்கு வந்து நம்மளோட 10% அவுட்புட்டை கொடுத்துடணும். இந்த மாதிரி நீங்க பிளான் பண்ணிக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா women can reach any destination what they have fixed to reach. எந்த இடத்துக்கு வேணாலும் போகலாம், எவ்வளவு உயரத்துக்கு வேணாலும் போகலாம், எல்லாரும் உங்களை ரெகக்னைஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. நீங்க வந்து ஈக்குவாலிட்டின்னு பேசுறீங்க இல்லையா, நான் ஒன்னும் அது இன்னும் அச்சீவ் ஆகலன்னு நான் நினைக்கல. we are overwhelmed everywhere. அதெல்லாம் கடந்துட்டோம். இப்ப வந்து அச்சீவ் பண்றத யார் நிறைய அச்சீவ் பண்றோங்கிறத நோக்கிதான் நாம போயிட்டு இருக்கோம். இப்ப வந்து எதை வந்து நம்ம அடையணுமோ அதெல்லாம் அடைஞ்சிட்டோம். So we have to switch over our goal towards achieving more and more in life. அதை நோக்கி நாம போகணும். சோ இதையெல்லாம் நீங்க ஒரு யுக்தி, சின்ன சின்ன யுக்திகளாக பயன்படுத்தி கொண்டு, பொதுவாக பெண்கள் என்ன செய்யக்கூடாதுன்னா, பெண்கள் பயப்படாம இருக்கிறவங்கள பலசாலிகள்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அப்படி இல்லை, எது உங்களை பயமுறுத்துகிறதோ அதை எதிர்கொள்ளுங்கள், அதை கடந்து வாங்கள். வார்த்தைகள், உங்கள் வார்த்தைகள் எங்க மதிக்கப்படவில்லையோ அங்க வார்த்தைகளை உபயோகிக்காதீங்க, அமைதியா இருங்க. தனியாக இருக்கும் எந்த பெண்ணும் பயந்து போய் இருப்பதில்லை. தனியாக இருப்பவள் தன்னால் தனியாக இருப்பதால் தொந்தரவு இல்லாமல் மேலும் மேலும் சாதிக்க முடியும் என்றே தனியாக இருக்கிறாள் என்று எடுத்துக்கொள்வோம். இந்த மகளிர் தின விழாவில் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என் வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு என் உரையை முடித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Ma'am, you wondered what to speak, but I should say you spoke everything. I call upon Mr. E. John Thomas to present a memento to our chief guest. Thank you, sir. Dr. Anurara will now honor our chief guest with a ponnade. Thank you, ma'am. In connection with the International Women's Day, a few competitions were held in-house. As the winners are announced, kindly come forward and receive the prize from our chief guest. Selfie picture contest. First prize, Jessie Joy, nursing staff from the Infection Control Department. Is Jessie here? Second place goes to Miss Minnie, Housekeeping Department. In the student category, first place goes to Miss Adina Rachel Manoj, nursing student. Look at the energy of the students. Second place goes to Miss Angel Jeffy, nursing student. Under the inspiring videos, Women Achievers, staff category, first place goes to Miss Bobby of Microbiology Department. Second place goes to Miss Jyoti from Carpet India. Third place was Sarah, Adult ICU. In the student category, first place goes to Ms. Kripa Matthew, nursing student. Second place is backed by Ms. Neetu Jain, nursing student. Rangoli competition. First place goes to the microbiology department. The participants were Ms. Vaishnavi, Ms. Vinodni and Ms. Tamilmani. The judges for this competition were Dr. Anusha and Dr. K. Supraja. Second place goes to ICU 2, Ms. Selvarani, Ms. Satyavani and Ms. Durga. Third place is backed by Ms. Mani Megale, Ms. Beulah and Ms. Mageshwari. Poster presentation on women's health holistic approach. The first place goes to Ms. Kanchana from the microbiology department. Second place is backed by Ms. Gunashekari, intern dietitian. And the third place by Ms. Betty DLX, third staff nurse.
Next event, nutrition riddle, judged by Dr. Sujata, anesthetist, for the lucky draw. Among the staff, the first position goes to Ms. Gayatri from T Ward MICU, nurse. The next position goes to Mr. Satish Kumar K for photographer. The next position goes to Ms. Kokila from the general stores. The next position goes to Ms. Arogya Jaideepa, nursing coordinator. The next position goes to Ms. Dharmasha Vardhini, T Ward MICU. Among the students, the first position goes to Ms. Ria Adi, third year BSc Nursing. The next position goes to Ms. Sharmila R, third year BSc Nursing. The next position goes to Dia Sara Kuruvilla, third year BSc Nursing. The next position goes to Ms. Sandhya, third year BSc Nursing. The next position goes to Ms. Jennifer, third year BSc Nursing.
Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations to all the winners. May I now request the dignitaries to occupy the seats in front of the dais as we set the stage for some entertainment by the Department of Nursing. Can we have the team on stage, please?
I അട്ടും മുട്ടും മോഹം മുട്ടും തട്ടും ദാഹം നോക്കി നിന്ന കണ്ണും കണ്ണും പിടി വിടും കാലം പെണ്ണായ കണ്ണിലുണ്ട് താളം പെണ്ണിന്റെ നടനടയ്ക്ക് താളം പെൺപൂവിൻ ഇതളിലുണ്ട് താളം പെൺമോഹം അഴകി തഴുകി താളം ചിരിപ്പ് താളം നടപ്പ് താളം പെൺവഴക്കടിച്ചാലതും താളം സമ്മതിക്കും താളം പെണ്ണോടിടയും മുളകമതാളം താളം മുത്തും മുത്തും മേളം നോക്കി നിന്ന കയ്യും കാലും കുട്ടിയിരിക്കും താളം തട്ടും മുട്ടും മോഹം മുത്തും തട്ടും ദാഹം നോക്കി നിന്ന കണ്ണും കണ്ണും പിടി പിടം കാലം കടം തരുമോ കടം തരുമോ നിലാവിൻ മുത്തിലൊന്നു തരുമോ നിലാവിൻ ചെപ്പിലിട്ട് തരുമോ എനിക്കാ സ്വപ്നമൊന്നു തരുമോ തക്കിട്ട താളം മൃദംഗമേളം ഒന്നടുത്തിരുന്നാലതും താളം കുഞ്ഞോ മകത്തനവ് തുറക്കും താളം കണ്ണോടിടയും മുളതനുരാഗം താളം മുത്തും മുത്തും കേളം നോക്കി നിന്ന കയ്യും കാലും കൂട്ടിയിരിക്കും താളം തട്ടും മുട്ടും മോഹം മുത്തും തട്ടും താളം നോക്കി നിന്ന കണ്ണും കണ്ണും പിടി പിടം കാലം
झुया चले जा चले नैनु तले धुआं चले
പുഞ്ചിരി തഞ്ചി കൊഞ്ചിക്കോ മുന്തിരി മുത്തൊളി ചിന്തിക്കോ മഞ്ചണി വർണ്ണ ചുന്ദരി വാവേ തങ്കുന്നക്ക തകതിമിയാടും തങ്കനിലാവേ പുഞ്ചിരി തഞ്ചി കൊഞ്ചിക്കോ മുന്തിരി മുത്തൊളി ചിന്തിക്കോ മഞ്ചണി വർണ്ണ ചുന്ദരി വാവേ തങ്കുന്നക്ക തകതിമിയാടും തങ്കനിലാവേ
സിംഗപ്പെണ്ണേ സിംഗപ്പെണ്ണേ ആനന്ദമേ ഉന്നൈ ഇതടക്കേ കരുവിலே உன்னையே துவே ஒரு முறை தலைகுடி உனக்கு சிங்க மோகம் மோக சாதற்கு மட்டுமே கேலி செய்த கூட்டம் ஒரு நாள் உன்னை வணங்கிடும் உயர்ந்து நில்லு உன்னை தன்னை மனைவி நீ நடித்த உயர்வை உங்கள் பாதைக்கும் பற்றும் அந்த தீயை அளிக்கும் நீ பயமின்றி துணிந்து செல்லு
Wow, team, that was indeed a treat to the eyes. Thank you. The best and beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt by heart. Thank you is one such prayer among them. We have Ms. Marina Alex, Assistant Manager, Dietetics, proposing the vote of thanks.
It is my pleasant task to propose the vote of thanks
At the outset, I thank God Almighty for His abundant grace showered on us to enable us to conduct this Femina 2022 International Women's Day this year also. I thank Reverend Joe Thomas for leading us in prayer. We are very happy and privileged to have our chief guest, Dr. Vijayarani, IAS District Collector, Chennai. The message shared with us is valuable to all of us. On behalf of the management of the Madras Medical Mission, I express my sincere gratitude to you, ma'am, for having accepted our invitation in spite of your busy schedule to be as our chief guest. Thank you, ma'am. I thank our treasurer, Mr. John Thomas, for his presence and felicitating the chief guest. On behalf of the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, we thank you for taking time to be with us, sir. Thank you, sir. I thank Dr. Anuradha Bhaskar, Chief Hospital Administrator, for presiding over this program and delivering the presidential address. We thank you, ma'am, for all your inputs. I thank Dr. Kundavi Shankar, HOD, Institute of Reproductive Medicine is an embodiment of women's vitality. We are indeed very happy to have an apt personality like you to inaugurate this event. Thank you, ma'am, for the inaugural address. I especially would like to thank Ms. Ranjidam Anderson, Chief Nursing Officer, for welcoming the audience and also for the active involvement in conducting this program. I am sure the welcome address today would have been made everyone to feel at home. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Mrs. Sushma, Ms. DGM Operation, for her valuable guidance and support in organizing this program. Thank you, ma'am. I thank all the resource persons, Dr. Bhuneshwari, Dr. Lali Luke. I thank Dr. Jacob James Raj, Senior Consultant, Cardiac Surgeon, for moderating the panel discussion. I thank all the members of the panel discussion, Dr. Arun Kumar, Dr. Meenakshi Bajaj, Dr. Mary Pramila, Dr. Sujata, and Ms. Rachel Deepti. I thank all the panel members. I thank our Principal, MMM College of Nursing, Dr. Rosalyn Rachel, and Dr. Deepa, Principal of College of Health Science, for participating for this program. I also express my gratitude to all our sponsors for their support and help in organizing this program. I also would like to express my gratitude to the entire organizing committee. I thank the housekeeping staffs, especially Ms. Sabrita ma'am, for organizing all the chairs and all the arrangements. Thank you, ma'am. I also thank the front office manager, Rachel ma'am, for all the reception. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank all my dietitians who have toiled day and night for this program. I thank EDP manager, Ms. Ganapati, and Mr. Mahesh, and for all the IT help. And also I would like to thank all the biomedical engineering department and Mr. Ravichandran, F&B food and beverage manager, for all the arrangements done towards this program. I thank our photographer, Mr. Satish, for capturing the sweet memories. I express my sincere gratitude to all the HODs, all the staff members present for this program. I would like to express my gratitude, Ms. Dina George, for doing the MC. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I thank Mr. Philip Matthews and Gopinath for all the help in the press coverage. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. There's a lot of important dignitaries in the gathering whom I would wish to thank, but because of time, I'm not venturing into that. From the bottom of my heart, I express my gratitude to one and all for being in this program, making a great success. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marina. I would like to admit my thoughts. A good event never ends in the world. They only take a pause and keep us waiting for the next. Woman, without you, the world is incomplete. Without you, the heart feels empty. Let the world blossom with your smile, the way you have always done till date. Happy Women's Day and God bless. Thank you. Kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे